So, hi, good evening. Thank you, everybody, for being here. My name is Clay Newton. I'm the chairman of the planning commission here. Welcome to this planning commission meeting tonight. We've got a big agenda that we're going to try to move through a lot of information. Some of this stuff we're going to be talking about is contentious. I was not here for the last meeting. I've listened to it twice. Also talked about the audio for those of you online who had troubles. We have improved our audio system. We are going to try to work through some of these contentious issues with you. We've heard you on some of the concerns you had about our process last time, and we're going to talk as a group about how to address some of those concerns and also keep our processes moving along. There are two items tonight. One is legislative, one is quasi-judicial. The quasi-judicial is over 600 pages, something like that. It has the potential to go on for a little bit, rightly so. It's an issue with a lot of detail to it. But it does leave some questions in terms of the order of the agenda, and I'll come to that. So our meeting is now called to order. I'd like to talk about the agenda for tonight. We have the quasi-judicial issue ahead of the legislative issue, which is now in its second meeting before us. And there are a number of people here who as much as I know they'd love to sit through a quasi-judicial forum on top of the legislative, I don't think that would be fair. So my concern is this is an item that's been brought before us. The legislative issue is something that's been before us already. Maybe we should have that ahead. Is there any reason why the order was, or any reason why we would? No reason. Okay. Commissioners, any thoughts on that? Okay. No objection. Okay, so then we're going to flip flop the order with the hopes that we're moving through the legislative relatively quickly, and then we'll move to the quasi-judicial. So may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Second. Further discussion? Okay, that's what we call the vote, please.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Matuse,
Yes.
Commissioner Orloff,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Wade,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes. It is amended. Moving to the consideration from our minutes from the last meeting, are there any amendments to the minutes? No amendments? May I have a motion to approve the minutes? Motion to approve.
Seconded?
Any further discussion? That's what we call the roll, please.
Commissioner Matuse,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Orloff,
Yes.
Commissioner Wade,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes. This section is for people who do not have something in the purview of our conversation. If you have something that you'd like us to consider, that it is within the purview of the planning commission, please feel free to come forward at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to speak to us on it. And then we will move on to our issues for tonight. Is there anyone who has public comment for this time? No. Okay. Move into our first item. Continuation of legislative public hearing via 2502 proposed text amendments to chapter 17. City of Cannon Beach request for housing related zoning ordinance text amendments to chapter 17.04 definition, 17.30 residential moderate density R1 zone, 17.32 residential medium density R2 zone, 17.40 limited commercial R1 zone, 1760 general requirements and regulations, 17.68 street parking, 17.7 design review, 17.72.00 accessory dwelling, and section 17.60.200 public benefit dwelling owner occupancy requirements. The zoning text amendments request will be reviewed against the criteria of the municipal code, section 17.94.60A, and then criteria and state recommended. This legislative hearing is to amend the municipal code. It's being held after providing written notice and hearing to the proposed amendments to the code to TLCD in compliance with ORS 7197.610 In addition, ORS 227.186 requires the city to provide written notice of amendments and hearing to owners of real property when the city proposes to adopt or amend the code in a manner that limits or prohibits land use previously allowed in the affected zone. Notice of this hearing has been provided to parties entitled to notice as required by those statutes. Type 4 actions are made by the city council's adoption of this County Beach Municipal Code 17.14.050C provides that type 4 action shall be decided by the city after a public hearing. The city council may also request that the planning commission hold a public hearing in advance. The city council to consider the proposal, public testimony, and provide a recommendation. The city council has requested that the planning commission hold a public hearing in advance of the city council hearing to consider the proposed amendments, public testimony, and provide a recommendation. Okay. I am going to just interject a little bit of my take from what I heard from our last meeting. A little discussion out loud, and then discussion among my fellow planning commissioners as to how we move forward to address some of the concerns that I heard that we can address immediately at this time. First and foremost, we are going to do our best to respect you as people who've taken the time to come here tonight and voice your concern about what we are considering tonight. In exchange, we ask that you respect our process, this process that we're trying to manage through less than perfectly at some time. This is an imperfect process. It's imperfect at every level. We are doing our best to hear and incorporate what we're doing into that conversation. We will continue to do that. If we get to the place where people are not being respected, and that includes both sides of this conversation, I will stop the conversation. We are going to be respectful. This is a small community. We owe that to them. We are going to find a way to move ahead well. With that in mind, we're not going to move ahead exactly as we did last time. There were a number of people feeling concerned that the process did not allow for them to be heard. We're going to try to amend the process so you can feel like you're a part of the conversation that we're having. That said, we have to balance that with being able to move ahead. We're not going to get into arguments about whether we disagree or philosophical opinions on this side or the other. We are going to try to run a process that incorporates some of what you're saying, allows you another opportunity to come back after you've heard our discussion. And that way we will feel like we have done our best to meaningfully address some of the concerns we're hearing. And I've read them. I think there's some great testimony. One of the things that I've heard many times is that this process wasn't fair to the public. It came blindsided. It is not our intention to have that be any part of what this process is for you. Our intention is to hear you, to feel like you've been a part of this process, and to make decisions from it. We are limited somewhat by our law. Forms that you get, it's confusing to you, sometimes as they are to us. It's the state required, it's a law. We've got a lot of attorneys on either side helping push that through. And it can be confusing. If you have a question about it, we'll do our best to answer. We have a whole bunch of people here tonight that have a lot more experience than we do that can help us through that. That said, we are running this process with the idea that you're a part of it. It doesn't mean the meetings that happened that I was or wasn't a part of were an effort to exclude you. And I've seen many letters to that point that say, you're trying to run this through, or you guys have an ulterior agenda. I don't even know the agenda of my partners. I've heard them in multiple conversations over the last 2 years on this issue. This isn't something we just snuck through, it's all public. We don't entirely agree, and you're gonna hear that tonight when we get into the details of this conversation. But I'm losing my point. My larger point is we're doing our best to try to find a process that works for everybody, and it's not easy, but we're gonna try. So let's be respectful of one another. Let's jump into this and see what we can come up with. And I guarantee somebody's not gonna be done. But that's what happens when we have this. One of the larger questions is, why are we doing it? Housing, affordable housing, yes, it's a huge problem. It's being driven out of it in multiple ways, whether it's the surveys of the voters in this town or the state legislature pushing this. But we also have a code that's 30 years, that was originally adopted 30 plus years. It's outdated, it needs to be updated. Times change, things change, it's hard. Let's try to get through it respectfully with one another. All right, enough about that. So I propose, and I do not have the final say on this, I'm the chair, but we're equal voters here. I propose that we begin our meeting in the same fashion we have. Listen to people who were sitting through this meeting. In our last meeting, we take their testimony, where we consider that as part of our deliberation. We deliberate, we let people know how we're feeling on certain specific items that we've heard over and over again, that we agree with, that we disagree with. And then at the end, keep the record open so that people may, submit letters, but know that we wouldn't be ruling it. Now, I know that some people are feeling like this needs to go to city council faster, and like I said, it's just one idea I have. I'm well open to any other ideas you guys have in terms of making sure that people feel like, one, we're moving this process ahead well, but two, we are being respectful of one of the main concerns we've heard, which is, there's not an opportunity for exchange. Anybody want to chime in on those thoughts?
In terms of process, you're proposing that we do public comment.
Public comment, we deliberate, we talk about what we're liking, what we're not liking, what we push forward. We leave the record open, we don't close the record. We allow people the opportunity to submit additional written comment after they've heard what we've had to say. We don't make any ruling tonight. We consider that additional testimony in our next meeting before we come up with anything.
And would your intention be to keep the record open to such an extent that there's also public comment at the next meeting, or do we close it after 7 days the way that we do when we have a quasi judicial? We close the record and come back and complete deliberations.
My inclination would be to just leave it open. If someone wanted to come back to the next meeting, you know, whether they do that as a part of the legislative conversation or whether they did it as a part of the public comment, to me,
I'd like to leave it open for public comment on our next meeting, actually, verbal comment, not just a.
I think we need conversation amongst ourselves, but also we provide the opportunity, for people to respond to our deliberation. And then we can decide our next meeting. If we
anybody else?
I think, Melissa's on, Melissa, you don't need to chime in right now, but as we get to that moment, I'm sure she could help, speak to a weekend, and when we decide what we want to do, how the record should be open and things like that, so I'm sure she'll have the opportunity at that point in time to have further discussion about that.
Okay, with that in mind, here's my understanding of what we're doing. We're going to allow public testimony at the beginning, just a few minutes of this meeting. We are going to deliberate as a body. You're going to hold the record open. You may submit your additional written testimony. The record will be held open. When you meet again to decide, I'm going to commit us to a decision. We may stand here tonight, I don't know. But under the assumption that we are potentially going to make some sort of decision at our next meeting, the record will have been open. You will have the opportunity to submit additional testimony, and you'll be able to come before us and submit additional oral testimony. Is that a good summation with everybody? Yeah, that's, all right, let's do that then. So, at this point, we'll open up the meeting to.
Mr. Chairman, could I make one comment?
Sure.
Real quick. At the last meeting, there were several people from the public that kind of mentioned, hey, how did we get to this point? You know, how did we get here? And if you wouldn't mind, I just kind of like to go through a short, little history in terms of how we got to this point we're at today. Okay, so, some people had a legitimate, concern in terms of meetings and who were involved and how we got to this point. And so just wanted everyone to know a little bit of the history. Oftentimes throughout this process of the zoning code amendment, we've worked with the city council, who has joint work sessions with our planning commission and design review board. One of the things that was talked about a long time ago, probably this was around January of 2024, was the initial process of, we had lots of discussion on affordable housing, what we can do, different types of things. And during that, some of the comments were about the wetlands and how we did the focus group and how that process happened. And so there was some initial conversations between the council, the plan commission, and design review board that might be a good way of proceeding to get to some housing amendments. So that first kind of general conversation took place in January 31st of 2024 at that joint council work session. In February, 29th of 24, that, the council held a meeting, it was a joint work session, once again with the planning commission and the design review board. And one of the items that was discussed during that meeting was, the potential of creating, a focus group that would focus on some of the housing amendments. So again, that was, discussed. And, the thought was, hey, at the next, meeting, let's have a little bit more concrete, direction in terms of what that might mean. At the March 27th, 2024 meeting, we started to talk about a public workshop and the housing focus group. And, our consultant from Earthwork, Marcy McNeely, gave an overview of the housing task force group. There was a lot of discussion in terms of, okay, certain people were going to volunteer to do that, made up of some council members, some design review board members, and some planning commission members. And a survey was done as well at that time, and so a lot of that discussion, and that was that survey, Marcy, with just the group, or that was the whole?
City.
Yeah, that was city wide, so maybe you can get on that, you can touch a little bit on that. And then there was an actual workshop that we had, and then at the, May 29th, 2024, council, work session with the groups. It was, there was a lot more discussion in terms of parameters, in terms of what the code amendments could be. The FAR, the public benefits, different things like that. So there was, some general consensus by the group at the time that the planning commissioner, that, focus group should move forward, get it to a more concrete or to a more, draft, level. And present that to the planning commission at, that time. When we thought it was ready, there was approximately about 12 meetings of that focus group. From that time of, May 29th until the ordinance started. And pretty much what the, what the focus group was an advisory committee created to advise planning staff and the consultant in terms of the parameters of what that amendment could be. So I just wanted to share a little bit of, how we got to today, and I hope I can answer questions on that. But I'm hopeful that we didn't do as good of a job as we should have last time to inform you as to how we got to today. And, I'm not sure if that helps or not, but I at least wanted to be able to provide that information.
Marcy, thank you again for being here tonight. One thing we didn't talk about was your involvement in this conversation tonight. Certainly, we're going to be on with questions as we move through the deliberation we have. If anything you'd like to add that you felt was important here after being through that first meeting.
I wonder if it might be helpful for me to just clarify a couple of things that I've seen in the comments
I think that would be.
preemptively,
Yeah.
like some things that I've seen a number of questions asked about
Can everybody hear Marcy?
no,
Without a microphone, it's a little harder to hear you, Marcy. Maybe, can you hear me okay in the back?
No, you can't.
Okay,
You're actually.
this room does not have great acoustics, so
Okay,
I
I'll
guess,
just try to speak
let's all
louder.
speak up.
Is that better?
Yes.
Can people hear that? Okay, so can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
So there were some questions about where did the 600 square feet for ADUs come from? Why 600? Why not 800? And 600 is just what exists today. We're not making any change to that. There was also some question about what could be done to encourage things like ADUs. And we have, through these amendments, proposed several things that I think really encourage them. One is removing the requirement for parking. Right now, to build an ADU, you have to provide 2 parking spaces for the primary dwelling and 1 parking space for the ADU. We've removed that 3rd space. Now you can do an ADU under the proposal anyway. You could build an ADU without parking, without having to provide additional on-site parking space. We've also proposed to remove ADUs from design review. That's something that Cannon Beach really needs to do because you're out of compliance with state law currently. And in one of the examples, if you apply for a public benefit dwelling, you can do your ADU exempt from the floor area ratio. So it's like getting a bonus of FAR. That was something that somebody suggested might encourage ADUs. And then there were some questions about, does the public benefit requirement force me, I guess, to be a landlord is one way I might describe that common question. And no, it's completely optional. You do not have to apply for this. It's just that it allows you to get some of the additional zoning gives that are in the proposal. And a public benefit dwelling can be something that you use for your own family. So there were also questions about, does this make it impossible to have a multi-generational unit or a caretaker unit? Or no, this is actually very, I think it's very good for that purpose, because you could build an ADU, you could get the exemption from FAR. You could then have a unit that you could house the caretaker in, and it would still be eligible for a public benefit dwelling. The goal there is that it doesn't turn into a short-term rental. We're trying to grow more long-term rental and housing options. And there were common questions of, does this affect a pre-existing house? If I have more than the allowed floor area ratio, can I rebuild? And yes, you can. Non-conforming rules allow you to rebuild what was there before. And I think it's good to mention that if you don't, this may not even affect you if you know what your lot area is and your dwelling area is, and you were to calculate the floor area ratio, you likely will find that the floor area ratio reduction does not even affect you. And so it would be helpful maybe at some point during the presentation to show how everyone can figure out their floor area ratio. It's complicated. It's not a very complicated formula once you understand how it works. And is the proposal, I think it's might be the last thing I would say is, we are encouraging more housing through these amendments, but we're deliberately not trying to add more to the short-term rental inventory. There's already a limit on the number of short-term rentals that can be licensed in the city. And so there were some questions about the possibility that we're taking away short-term rental possibilities from homeowners in this area. And I want to make it clear that there's already separately a limit on short-term rentals. And I think that's all, unless you have any clarifications that you'd like me to make.
I don't have anybody. No, that's helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we will take your public testimony on this matter. If anyone would like to come forward, please raise your hand. I'll recognize you. Come forward and state your name and mailing address, and then we'll have 3 minutes to please. Brandon, please come on.
My name is Randy Neal, P.O. Box 1092. I tried to submit something on Monday. I don't know if it made it to the public record, so I have a couple of handouts. One can go to you guys, one can get passed around here. The comment is, our code audit was hijacked. It began as a valiant effort to improve our city's housing codes, to align them with Oregon statutes, to explore possible policy changes that support housing and livability goals, and then amend the code to implement preferred concepts. Several Oregon cities are doing the same thing. A quick Google search uncovered what Yahoo is doing. A brief news article, describes what they're doing. And attached is basically how they're communicating that to the rest of the community. And this isn't done. This is just what they're doing in process. And I'll contrast that to the document drop approach our city leaders have chosen to follow. No community outreach, no buy-in from residents, putting forth significant code changes without any public awareness. making the legal notice incomprehensible, creating policy changes that have no link to providing a wider range of housing options, just a midnight letter drop into your mailbox. The whole topic of FAR reduction, public benefit dwelling, and deed restrictions are put forth as necessary solutions to housing issues. They are not. These should be dropped. Another Google search of the term public benefit dwelling basically draws a blank, except for the Cannon Beach references, of course. However, Google searches regarding community housing trusts, land trusts, will deliver dozens of examples of ideas of how to move forward. It's time to liberate ourselves from the hijackers. Let the consultants do the work that you were brought here to do, and then execute that work using a process that works best. One with public input, community engagement, and logical solutions. I encourage you to review the Yahats example of how best to communicate with the public.
Thank you. Is there someone who's able to, how did we do it last time? How did we? Dog, you got time? Yeah. All right, if anyone else would like to come on. No, no?
Okay, sir.
Oh, yes, please, all right.
Hard to hear from nothing, but.
Yeah, we got a lot. Nice.
Michelle, Elder, PO Box 719. Back in October 2024, I came to you as a member and the only renter on the Housing Focus Group. I spoke about the importance of third places, AKA an informal gathering space, AKA coffee shops, cafes, hair salons, bookstores, and so on. I explained how important they are, and most specifically to the helping professions and how suburban planning has helped destroy local public life and the community support it once led. I spoke to you about mixed use spaces being the beating heart of our community. I told you how I played board games with above the Bruce's Candy Kitchen with the fourth generation family that owns the business below. Meeting at coffee at Elk Creek or watching a movie with friends in one of the apartments above Whitebird. Not only are all these mentioned business and apartments full-time residents 365 days a year, they are this town's beautiful beating heart. You may not see this personally, but it's here. It's always here. Just beating. The heart creates community events. We are in school boards. We are home caregivers. We are hairstylists. We are firefighters. We are volunteers. We show up over and over and over again. This is the definition of community. I told you I felt the downtown amendment has shrunk and shrunk out of NIMBY fair. I reminded you things are not the same as they were 30 years ago, much less 5 years ago. Smaller footprints and higher density is what's needed to supply metal housing. I have a dim outlook seeing that almost every rental's in constant danger by allowing unlimited STRs, making housing insecurity more than a threat than it's ever been. The focus group was blocked from the beginning by not offering these meetings to the public. We had a 3-day workshop with extremely knowledgeable specialists where they created exercises to illustrate ways we could utilize different areas. For example, an empty lot downtown, incorporating mixed use building in a variety of different capacities. They also showed us ideas with meandering pathways and cottages around the RV park. It felt innovative and slightly hopeful. I thought we were in agreement with parking restrictions downtown being a huge constraint. There was even an incorporated slide with a quote from Councilor Kerr saying, "It's like we're making space for cars and not for people," and I 100% agree. The idea here is to encourage people to do the right thing for our community, not just a playground for unoccupied 3,000 square foot homes on 5,000 square foot lots. I realize you are inundated with protests of the new FAR suggestion. This is not my hill to climb or die on. That's a rich man's game. I'd like to hear you discuss revisiting downtown parking restrictions and expanding the downtown amendment to include Hemlock and Larch from first to third. Why just half of a block on half of a block? It's a good step we should believe in. You all know my name and my PO box, and you're probably aware that I keep fighting for actual realistic housing solutions. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward this time? Please.
Hi, my name is Lolly Alpha, PO Box 1038. I know some of you in this room, but some of you I don't. I have lived here for 35 years. I'm 37. I am a small business owner. I am the person that she's talking about. I have an apartment above the Whiteboard Gallery. I own a hair salon. I've worked in the service industry in this community for over 20 years. I helped open the Warren House Pub, like when I was 14. There were opportunities available for people my age and younger, for housing that just doesn't exist anymore. My childhood home was available for my parents, who both now have thriving businesses in this community, but cannot afford to live in this community. They live on 26. There was a house available for them to rent when they were young, in their 20s. That then, when we couldn't afford to buy it because it was getting sold out from underneath us, I have friends and coworkers and everyone that, when they were in their 20s, they now have businesses, families, that they've put down roots in this community, and they only were able to do that and continue to be part of this community because they had housing opportunities when they were in their 20s and they were working in the service industry. I value so much being able to live right downtown in a mixed use place. The parking lot behind my apartment has been empty for multiple years. They originally wanted it to be mixed use, but it was said that it needed to have 7 parking spots in order to be a restaurant on the bottom and then apartments above. Well, the parking lot is 7 parking spaces, so there's nowhere for them to build. There's no growth opportunities. You know, when we're talking about adding apartments above other places, we're not talking about skyscrapers, right? I mean, my building is 3 stories. It's not extravagant. It's not gonna deter from the quality of life in Cannon Beach by having an extra story on the top of a downtown building to be able to make sure that your hairdresser, your barista, whoever it may be, has a place to live and has opportunities to vote in this community, get married in this community, thrive in this community. It's incredibly important, and I feel as though every year that I stay here, I know I'm never gonna be able to buy a house in this community, even though I own a business here. I work 7 days a week. I donate my time to the American Legion. I host karaoke nights. I donate my time all over the place. I don't wanna leave this town, but I feel like every year it gets closer and closer to me being pushed out of this community that I grew up in. So, thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Does anyone else have? Please come on.
Good evening, my name is Richard Bertolotti, PO Box 1382. First of all, I have no animosity to anybody on this board, but I'm really disappointed by the process. The process stinks, it wasn't done properly. You fed our consultant to the lion the last planning commission meeting. She didn't explain anything, everybody was confused here. It's really sad that it went this far, but I want to tell you that my primary objections are the FAR. I think taking the FAR from 0.6 to 4.6 there's no justification. It's not going to increase affordable housing. If you want to increase affordable housing, raise the FAR. Make the FAR go up for a triplex or a fourplex. Make it 0.75, make it 0.8. If you want to have affordable housing, you want to have some density on certain lots. If people are not happy with having a fourplex on their block or in their neighborhood, they make it so there's a distance between them. Maybe every other block you can build a fourplex. But if you really want to increase affordable housing, allow multiple units per lot. That's the way it's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to comment? Please.
This is brings other thing up. So thank you for that. It makes it happen. My name's Eric Ostrander, PO Box 97. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, as one of the members of the task force work group, however you want to describe it, that helped draft these ordinances. And I just heard this proposal, but I just wanted to say I really encourage you guys. I'm super excited to hear lots of comments, a variety of comments coming in, variety of comments coming in online as well, to really consider these and make some sort of progress towards change, because this is, as Wally said, and as Michelle said, this is extremely important to do something. We need to make some sort of strides towards figuring out affordable housing and making substantive change to our community to encourage that sort of construction. And this is one prong among a whole bunch of different prongs in order to try to address this. This is not a standalone, be-alone thing. We're not gonna solve it with just an ordinance change. There's lots of other policy things that will need to take place and things outside of the community, but I think just encourage, take into consideration everything that's being said. Like Michelle said, the FAR reduction is not a hill to die on. It's just, it is something that experts did recommend would make some sort of dent in this, but if that's not palatable to the community, like have a real discussion among the planning commissioners and full consideration from public comment about it. So thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else like to speak? Okay, anybody online? No. Going once, twice? Okay, come on down. So.
Ronald Day, my mailing address is 1889 East, 4675 South, Salt Lake City, Utah. We will be full-time residents here next summer. We're building right now. I think there's a lot of encouragement in all of the public comments, because what it shows is you have a really engaged group of citizens who really care about this town. And I think the biggest challenge is all of the coupling of things that shouldn't be coupled. Last month, we talked about the FAR restrictions and the affordable housing issue, and they don't seem to be connected. I think we can try to make them connected. I just don't think that's the solution. And as I read through all of the public comments, people have a lot of really great ideas, and it sounds like there were even really great ideas that came out of that group, and they just didn't make their way into the proposed ordinances. I also am someone who absolutely thinks that the planning commission should protect the charm of this town. And I think there are lots of other ways to do that. But my biggest concern is that those three issues shouldn't be tried to be put together into one solution, especially if the real actual crisis issue, and it sounds like it is affordable housing. I think it's a crying shame that you have people that work in this town that can't live in this town. I think it's horrible that you have people that own businesses in this town that don't have a chance to actually buy and own a home in this town. And there are so many ways we can do that. I don't even know this place very much, and just the little limited research I've done shows there is land here that could be incentivized for that very reason. And so I'm just pleading with you to pay attention to what citizens here are saying. And I consider myself a citizen because we're a homeowner now. And we cannot wait to be here, and I want to get involved and try to help in some of these challenges, but the coupling of things that shouldn't be coupled, I think is just causing problems, and it's avoiding the actual solutions that people here need. And kudos, I appreciate what you said last time and you being here, we've got to solve this. And the FAR restrictions feel like just a bait and switch to take care of another concern that has nothing to do with affordable housing.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come forward at this time? Okay, we still no one online? Anyone online? No hands up? Okay. So we will move to our deliberation now and discuss what we've heard in our last meeting, in this meeting, and what we're thinking ourselves. Who would well, just from a broad guideline, I think there's some things we've heard many times over, and seems the FAR and apparently is the most contentious, something that you guys don't agree. But there's a number of other issues that I've heard. I think we should talk a little bit about what we've heard that we agree with, maybe address some of the larger themes, and then begin to share our personal feeling on some of these things, so we can begin to see where we are in terms of how we agree. And we're gonna need some further discussion or explanation. How does that sound?
I'm more confused. You wanna start talking about what we're gonna improve it before we start sharing our opinions on the overall structure of the thing? It seems a little bit backwards, and I feel like you really need to get all of us, commenting on how we feel about the effort before we start talking about improvement.
Commenting on how we feel about the effort.
The draft in front of us.
Okay, good. We can start there. Yeah, no agenda on the side. How do people feel? Great.
I think we do need to address the maybe disconnect in terms of why FAR.
Sure.
And maybe that hasn't been explained appropriately, but I think it might help people to understand that the city can't just hand out money. The city doesn't have the ability to go buy vacant land, for instance. So part of what the consultant came up with was what can the city do without a pot of money? And one option was this incentive structure.
You know, I think that's a very good point. There were a number of letters that came in that I read and I thought there must be some misunderstanding on
Yes.
the bar issue, or this would not be coming up in the way that where it just felt personal, honestly. And so I think with an explanation on our part, Marcy suggested it, just a basic understanding of how as far as calculated, a real simple one. How far it's calculated, and then we can talk a little bit about how we come to the connection between
Yeah.
incentivizing and
Yeah.
some of the other things we have to consider about it. So Marcy, could you give us just a quick little note of that on the spot? Um,
I'd like to show a picture from both, can you get down and stuff? So, floor area ratio is one way of controlling the total mass of a building, and you currently allow 0.6 in, on a 5,000 square foot lot. In R1, R2, and some other zones, actually. The larger your lot, the more floor area ratio you get, because it's proportional to the lot. And that may be something else that I've kind of heard in the comments, is that people think it's a fixed number, but it actually goes up with the larger lot, and there are a lot of larger lots, even though there's a 5,000 square foot lot limit for new lots per the R1 and 2 zoning. That zoning came into effect in the 70s, and many of these neighborhoods were platted long before that, and the lots don't match. The 5,000, some are smaller, but many are larger. So that means that the larger your lot, the larger your floor area ratio is. But to do your own calculation, just look at this little diagram. You need to know what's the floor area of your house. So imagine those two slices of a building are A1 and A2. That's the floor area for a 2-level house. That's the habitable space as defined in your zoning code.
So A1 and A2 would be a floor and a half, the first floor and the second. Okay.
Exactly. And then B here is site area. So you need to know what your site dimensions are. And if then the square footage of B, the square footage of A1 and A2, or your floor area, is then divided by B, your site area. And the proposal here was to take the 0.6 down to 0.46 and then give it back in the form of, if you have a public dwelling, you get it back. If you have a ADU, you actually are even exempt from it. You can add it without it counting toward your floor area ratio. So a lot of cities are doing this because the 0.6 FAR, while it's historic, it has not always yielded the best results. It's how homes have gotten bigger, and on bigger lots, they're bigger homes. Which is one of the reasons why a fast-tracked code amendment several years ago was to not allow the consolidation of lots. If you remember, that was because the city was seeing a lot of applications for lots that had been consolidated and then maxing out the floor area ratio. So this proposal is just to bring it down to 0.46 for your by right. But if you do a public benefit dwelling, you get a number of, you get some benefit for doing that, and the table in the code amendments package explains these. If I could just kind of run through this quickly. In R1, example, floor area ratio at 0.46 would allow you to have no public benefit dwelling needed here. You would have a 300 square foot dwelling. If your lot were strictly 5,000 square feet, if it's more, you get more. If you do an ADU, it would be a 1,700 square foot dwelling and a 600 foot ADU. There's no bonus there. If you do a public benefit dwelling, you would get some additional room on your site, a 10-foot front setback instead of 15, some relief from the tree code. Anything in dormers would be exempt from the floor area ratio. That's a modest increase. If you go to a single dwelling as a public benefit dwelling and an ADU, then you can get up to 2,900 square feet. And with the ADU bonus, it's almost close to what it is today, 0.6. So what we are trying to do is encourage you to build some additional units instead of just one. And the benefits are even a little bit greater in R2 because we also allow duplexes, but it's essentially the same system. And that's, I think, unless you have questions about how that works or.
Just a clarification. So you said that the larger the lot, then could be larger the FAR, but really the larger the square footage for the FAR stays the same. Correct?
The FAR is a proportion of your lot size. So if you have a 10,000 square foot lot, which there are, believe it or not, some units that are between 5,000 and 10,000 square feet in R1 and 2, you would get whatever the site area allows you to have. 0.6 of that site area is what you could build.
Yes.
So most basically, I'm sorry, Steve.
But I think what was said was that you get a larger FAR with the larger lot size, but really, I think you were saying a larger square footage rather than a larger FAR.
Yes, thank you for that clarification.
Go ahead, Jay. I did want to interrupt Marcy. I need to add further clarification to the floor area ratio calculation. As Marcy noted, it is based on volume. And volume is on habitable space, which is greater than 6'8" in height. But we also take into consideration, one, lots that are greater than 6'8". We take into consideration garages and carports that are enclosed on more than, well, they're enclosed 3 sides. So those are gonna add to the FAR calculation. So all that square, first floor, second floor, basements over 6'8". Attic spaces over 6'8", garages, carports, and if there is an accessory dwelling, that all goes in there. So we're not just talking about the house, we're talking about all the enclosed volumes of the structure and accessory structures as well.
That's the point that isn't clear. It does, the shrinking at the FAR, the way this was proposed, actually does increase density. You know, the FAR reduction, if you look at the way we operate today, we get perhaps a 3,000 square foot house on a 5,000 square foot property. Somebody will come in for conditional use on an ADU or, we'll grant that. And we have absolutely no restriction on it, so how that's used, so it can go to short-term rentals. What we were looking at is basically, we're getting the big houses and we're getting the ADUs and we're getting absolutely no benefit in the city whatsoever. So we were kind of sitting there going, okay, how do we kind of just adjusting its time it so that at least we get some ADUs with that. Some increased density, so what we said is, we're gonna give you 46%, 2,300 square feet. We'll let you add 600 feet if you, which gets you to that original number to begin with, if you just get us public benefits dwelling. To make it something that a local can live in. Our concern wasn't so much affordable as housing security. We just wanted to create 5, 10 houses a year or units a year where people would go out and perhaps say, hey, you know, I can have my 2,300 square foot house, I can add 600 and get 3,000 square feet, which I used to be able to get. I don't need that, I need a 2,300, but hey, I'll add 600. It can't be used for short-term rentals, but I can get long-term rent houses. Now, it wasn't ever intended to be the solution. You know, we talked about it, and I talked to a lot of people in the city. Money has to go into this. The only way this is gonna work is if the city takes in a little bit of money. And there are a lot of proposals going on out there, for example, lease to locals, which might actually, when we put it together with the incentives, we're trying to create fire reduction, might actually create a lot of housing and at least take away the housing security. That was the point, the issue of housing security. That was the point of the fire reduction. I still think it's a good idea, in my personal opinion. You might say that, well, stopping them at 3,000 square foot isn't so great. Well, maybe you should give them a little bit more just as a true incentive. And that's worth the discussion we're having. But I honestly feel that with the fire reduction and the public benefits language we're offering and the fact that you have to create an ADU that somebody local can live in, or a house can live in, is a lot better than where we are today. We are starting to create units slowly. And, you know, there's other stuff going on out there. I know, I've talked to people today who are looking at housing trusts. And trying to get charitable money to go in and create housing trusts on vacant properties. There's a lot of stuff going on that fits into the framework. But none of it works without money. So what we try to do is just give a template. Okay, here's your starting point, public benefit. What we want is places for our citizens can live. And that includes business owners and people who work hourly wages and all that other stuff. That's what we want.
And the counter thing to that is, and we've had multiple conversations on this, and we have different views from among the different groups that met, was we were trying to protect one of the things that we were told was very important to citizens, protecting this small village-like character. And so we could take, one of the suggestions we heard even here tonight, and we've certainly talked about before, is increase the FAR, add more. That wasn't what we heard people said they want. They did not want to have units stacked and even more parking issues and units stacked on top of one another, bunch of roads in here.
Well, that's.
We have investigated, you know, the RV park has come up, we've talked about that, it'll come up again. I guarantee you, it will upset someone with that conversation, but we are talking about it. We're talking about at least the locals, we're talking about a number of other things. This is one tool we have. Is it the solution? Absolutely not the only solution. It is one move.
Part of this.
It is part of the larger solution. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Is it the solution that's gonna end all this stuff? No. But in trying to balance the things that we've been told are important by the people who've come before us, the people we've served, this is one nod in the direction. And it's how these tie together.
God forbid we actually do a little bit to retain village character at the same time we create housing for people who need it, housing security. That was that's what I wanted to add.
Also, I would say that very large homes are expensive, especially given the cost of construction today. So the more that large homes are built, the less families and people who work here would even have a hope of purchasing that property. So if the goal is homes that someone who owns a business locally can afford, it's gonna be a smaller unit. It's gonna be a small home or a duplex. It's not gonna be a 3,000 square foot home.
And then you add to that, you know, the limited commercial zone over here. I know, you know, when we started talking about this, people were saying, gosh darn it, you're moving too fast, and other people were going, you're moving too slow, and we came down right with it. You know, that was what we heard, so it's like, okay, so let's see if we can manage this over here on this piece of property that looks like there's space to build. Without going down and destroying Hemlock, which happens to be one of the top 10, you know, village scenes in the whole country. So let's see if we can create some mixed commercial housing over here. And and do it right and tastefully, and if we can pull it off, guess what? We got other streets that we could do this with. But, you know, again, I mean, you could go farther with that. We wanted it to be for people who work and live here to live there. You could say, we're only gonna reserve 25% of those and everything else can go to, you know, smaller condominiums. You know, again, those are the levers that we were playing with, and we didn't wanna drift over into, hey, let's turn it loose and create a land rush over here, because we had the parking issue. And people were saying, don't mess with parking, it's already bad enough. So we figured, oh, if we're gonna give it parking, we better get something out of it. And that was public benefit housing, that was housing to be used by locals. That was the goal. So anyway,
One of the things I heard mentioned was, someone said, you know, I think it was one of the letters, you know, a $500,000 house is just as unattainable as a $1.2 million house for someone working in the service industry. And that's probably pretty true, you know, it's really expensive real estate here. But if we have an opportunity to try to nudge the ability for people not to have, we have people who come to us with a 2-hour commute each way every day, just to come to work in Cannon Beach, to serve us our food in our restaurant, to mow our lawn, to do all the things we need from people in this, to rescue us on the beach. We're asking them to go further and further away.
when they don't need money, they just need
They need a
housing
place to
security.
Are they gonna buy that place? Realistically, probably not a lot of them are gonna actually afford a $500,000 house, which is a tear down. So we're trying to find a way to balance the needs of multiple people in this community. And it does cost some sacrifice on both sides. People that say they want a house, market forces have probably made that pretty unattainable for them. It's just a hard reality. But that doesn't mean that we can't make an effort to try to find housing for them in our community as a part of a greater effort on all of our part. And it's each of us. I've been told I'm only gonna speak to myself on this because I'm mad about this testimony that came in. I have a small house. I have no intention of tearing it down. I'm blessed to have a second home. I've been called a hypocrite. Maybe my word, maybe not in my backyard. My FAR is well under the FAR that I'm proposing here tonight. It comes at a cost to me. I can't build a 3,000-foot house if I vote for what we're talking about here tonight. There's a cost in that. And the cost to me personally, I'm sharing with you, is a cost I'm willing to give in exchange for the privilege I have living in one of the best communities on the coast in the world for that matter. People say not, what is it? Can't. Yeah, you're right, cannot be. Can't. There's a lot of things that can't. Go north, go south, and you can see what can is. It's not.
Yeah, you know, it's been called Cannot Beach for as long as I can remember. And, if that means that we are moving in the direction of a comprehensive plan, keeping the village character, protecting our rare mom pop Main Street, protecting nature, buffer zones, wetlands, trees, because we want to keep the village feel, which is why we're all here, why we've come here, and why, Chamber of Commerce, I think, said we get now more than 10 million visitors a year to this place, is because it's unique. And it's something worth protecting for us and generations to come. What I would propose is that, so first of all, I think I made it clear last meeting that I'm not a proponent of deed restricted tariffs. I think that they'd be hard to police, and what's the punitive damage if somebody steers away from that in 5 years or 10 years or the next generation? If they gain several $100,000 by having an FAR that's larger than 0.46 by building a deed restricted property, is the penalty going to be the difference in financial gain that they had? Is it gonna be $10,000? Is it gonna be 25? And if it's something less than the financial gain, then it's really not punitive.
What I really like to see, Steve, is, I don't like deep restrictions. You know, if we can get the city to kick in some money into this game to start building proof of concept. That turns a deed restriction into a lien, it just has to be satisfied before the house is sold, and you might. Require the whole bit, I mean, if you kick in money, if you give tax breaks, if you give hookup fee breaks, and, I mean, there's a lot of levers you can play with, but if you start giving money. You might amortize over a period of years and say at the end of that time, do what you want, but it remains a lien until it's amortized off. That would be a better approach, but that's a policy issue, we didn't have money to play with. So, there are solutions.
Yeah, well, we can talk about those too, but I propose that we just use the carrot in that we increase the FAR for anything that's duplex, triplex, fourplex. The higher density housing, and for a single family dwelling, reduce it to 0.46. If they, and for ADUs, also increase it for ADUs. So if you want to build a single family house, you're on the 0.46. If you want to build something with an ADU, duplex, detached duplex, triplex, something that creates more affordable housing, then we raise that FAR in order to accommodate that.
Right.
The other thing is, I'm with you, Mike, the city needs to put some money forth on this. And I'm talking to a couple of people on the budget committee that say that the city has some money that we could do something with as far as creating, housing at the RV park or the other lands the city owns. Because if we want to create a community and move in a direction to have affordable housing, one thing that hasn't been mentioned is our police officers, our first responders, fire department. You know, besides the other essential workers here, those are the ones that, you know, are on the front lines of providing services for the guests to the city as well as the residents to the city. And we need to provide housing for those guys too.
So how do you envision ensuring if you were to just say across the board without deed restriction, allow an increased FAR for multiple units? How do you ensure those don't become second home affordable units? I think that's the main concern, if you don't restrict. And yes, it may not be enforceable, but at least it's in place.
So if we create a 501c3 or contribute to a 501c3 that has our interests in mind, then we can, and their charter is a certain charter, and then charter does not include STRs, it does not include second homes, it includes affordable housing. And we contribute to that, then I think there's a way we can do that without creating, second homes or rentals. We, as far as the city.
So where does the city get that? Because
Well, the city has,
that much.
the city has, I've estimated 11 to 15 million dollars in surplus right now. And that's increasing from what I understand with talking to a couple of members of the budget committee, over the past 4 weeks. You know, but that's an investment. If we just have that money in savings, it's not working for us to create the community that we want to live in, that we want to have, we want to have people live here and be able to afford to live here. You know, we need to put our money where our mouth is. You know, we pay taxes so that we have a quality of life and share this quality of life with people who are working here and raising families here. And I really think that, from what I heard, the city can contribute some, and there have been other suggestions, that private donation, either in kind or, a piece of property or cash, can all be contributed to this fund. And it doesn't need to be managed by the city. If the city wants to hire a manager, they can do it themselves, or the 501c3 can do that.
So you would increase the FAR, so an individual landowner could come to say, I'm gonna build a duplex. They could choose to build a duplex without this 501c3. In that case, they could create second home units through this process that increases density of second homes
Without corresponding benefit.
without any benefits. I'm really worried about the concept of creating an open process.
I can understand that.
I think that's
That's
part
what
of
we're
the
struggling.
complexity of this conversation. We all started a joint sessions talking about, oh, the city can just put some money in and do this, or we talked about their fee part, or we realized there were some really large infrastructure issues, so I do think we're.
There are opportunities that have been missed in the past couple of decades, you know, when the best time to plant a tree is 20 years. ago. So the best time is right now. So I think we need to do something.
Yeah.
Move forward, discuss different ideas, whether it's, you know, contributing to a 501(c)(3) with the charter of creating affordable housing. Maybe something like that. And the lien on properties that over a period of years may be satisfied. But I definitely think that the 0.46 for a single family dwelling is something that I want to move toward. Something like that. And I'll tell you, one of the reasons why is because if you build a lot line home, you have no room to place that structure anywhere on that property other than pretty much right in the middle. If we have a 0.46, we have greater opportunity to protect our buffer zones, our wetlands, trees, and whatever other flora that we want to protect. And it's not just cutting it down, putting it at 3/4 miles and putting up a stick home, right in the middle. I've got a couple of neighbors that intended on building, 0.46 or smaller. I think it was probably a 0.4. Well, they get started and, the architect and the builder whispers in their ear, you know, we can build you a lot more square footage for about the same cost. By putting it all under one roof and just creating a rectangle on here and cutting everything out. And while their intentions were 0.4, they ended up with 0.6 because, you know, they could do it. And for very little, much more money, but purchase that home is really much more than, is, greater than the sum, I guess. So it costs more, for that home, much more than the 0.4 home. And I think 0.46 also goes to more affordable, not much, we're in Cannon Beach after all, you know, this is a place where a lot of people want to come and live, so it's never going to be, as affordable as maybe we'd like it to be. But we do want people in our community, and we should invest in that as a city and, move in a direction that try and help that.
Anyone like comment on what I'm talking about here, anybody else? Say, bring some good points in. These are a couple more areas.
No, I think that's about it.
Oh, yeah, I think I'd like to just clarify where that 0.46 came from. It's not just an arbitrary number. It's based on 2,000 square foot home, average 2,000 square foot home with a single car garage. That puts us right around 2,300 square feet. Whether 0.46 is the right number or not, that's just the base. And the second point again is that we have two opportunities to increase housing intensity. R1, we only have a single opportunity, that's an ADU. It's in the R2 zone where we are allowed the duplexes. I bring that sort of a little bit more of that in our language right here. I agree with Steve, I like to see the ADUs in R1 bump up a little bit. Especially if we're gonna reduce the size of the FAR. And in the R2 zone, I think we need to figure out or have better incentives for duplexes. So that people don't just come in the single family homes in those lots. So to redevelop an R2 is gonna be a tear. We're not gonna gain it out unless it's a very small property or residence right now, where we can add a second and now create a detached.
So in that scenario, would that be something like it's 0.46 for a single family, but say 0.6 for a duplex, or I mean, do you have very FARs depending on the structure.
Yes, that's why I would suggest that we, just like we vary our, AR rate based on zone, we can vary it within the zone itself. And especially saying, okay, rather than having a single box duplex, but actually promote smaller structures.
And the advantage, I think, on the detached is that, again, we can move them around on the lot. And, you know, we have the ability also to reduce the setback back, on some of those detached, for ADUs. And so therefore place them strategically so that they protect more of what's valuable here. We're not gonna protect everything because there are property rights and, et cetera, but we can protect more.
Yeah, it's great for us though.
Yeah.
That's what, because we can move around smaller structures rather than, again, having a rectangular box.
If I understand, so when you're saying to incentivize the duplexes, that would be with the public benefits.
Within the R2, however, we gotta, whether it's public benefit or not, or but just to, where, you know, I even, or, you know, using some of our housing fund to pull off the connections, the service connection fee.
So again, I think my question would be, how do we keep it from becoming second home duplexes? Which is why I would love to see it within the public benefits process only and not an across the board annual change.
No, that, I mean, I could agree with you here. I do have a little problem with the restriction as well, but I think that's it. Gonna continue on.
And certainly,
Our
this is
deliberation.
just a recommendation to council,
Right.
and hopefully this becomes refined in that process.
Right, and, but I feel that's our duty to present something to them.
Yeah.
That's gonna be fairly easy for them to agree.
Fair enough.
You know, we put our tree,
We've seen this process before.
we dumped our tree orders in February, it is now.
One of the proposals, in the proposal, it does allow a duplex in R2. With an ADU to reach up to 0.62. That was intentional, right? So that's kind of aligned with the goal of allowing an increase in FAR for additional.
I'd like to see the FAR increased for R1 also for an ADU. I think that, without it being an STR or second home / cabin to people, but I think that 600 or 800, whatever that number might be.
It's actually not counted.
Yeah.
So it's counted.
That's only just public benefit.
Yeah, for
Public benefit, right,
You already get a free ADU, so to speak, on top of,
with, as it's written currently, public benefit, yes.
But, you know, should I have a discussion, do we, you know, in R1, where the only opportunity to increase that housing is with the, an ADU, do we take that R1 zone out of the public benefit? We're not gonna get short-term rentals, our short-term rentals are capped, and they're probably gonna, right now we have 190, 42 lifetime, 151 working day. City council's deliberating on reducing those 165. If they reduce to 165, there are gonna be no short-term rentals refer this issue until they reach that out of 193.
There are ways to condominiumize and sell, and that just ends up with second homes that give us no benefit.
I think we're.
With increased density and potential loss for
But with a single family, there's ADU that's not condominiumized in the R1 zone. Is condominiums allowed in R1 zone, Steve?
I guess,
They changed the ability to come to us, so we do have an issue that we have to address there.
But I do agree, maybe bumping up, you know, especially if we cut this, they are, that we bump up the allowance.
Yeah, I think that needs to go on.
I mean, from like 600 to 800.
Yeah, 800 would be reasonable, especially with cutting. And there they are, if that's the direction that we go, 4.46 is the number we agree on.
Should we talk a little bit more about the question of public benefits, deed restrictions, and whether there is, as you say, some alteration to the current amendments that would make that more palatable to the community, or perhaps more enforceable, whatever.
That's challenging, because it's written fairly straightforward.
It is
You know,
very
we
straightforward,
have-
so I'm wondering.
We
if
have,
you do
we
it.
have three, you know, and it's gonna be whether we agree with it or not.
Yeah.
Envision,
I think so.
three very clear rules to retain or have a public benefit. And, the only thing I may have is the rental period for 12 months, because we do have a lot of seasonal workers here that are only 8 months.
Yeah.
Work lifespan, so maybe 12 months is not the correct number that we want to tie to it hard. I've lived in places, decades now, graduating from month to month, 3 months, 6 months, 12. So I think we maybe want to talk about what exactly is that.
Do you think 6 months would be right?
6 months will allow them to have their seasonal work and then have the ability to rent month to month from thereafter.
Right.
If they want. Or
On
whatever.
board with that.
You know, because that way we can accommodate more of our workers, I think. 12 months is great, again, you know, sort of forces, but, for the people that we're trying to promote at housing, I don't think that works for them. You know, myself.
Certainly, it doesn't mean you couldn't offer a longer lease.
No.
It just is the best.
Exactly, the minimum.
I think as long as it's not so small that it makes sense for someone to rent it for 2 months or a month.
Yeah.
Just use it for a couple of weeks.
Sure. For the public
It
benefit,
would make sense that 6 months is.
to gain that public benefit.
Exactly. So that's a proposal to, change the dwellings may only be rented for periods exceeding 12 months, to 6 months. Right. And Marcy, I think we discussed this last time, but we want to be clear that rentals do count as use of residence, but I think that we discussed last time, the language wasn't entirely clear, that a rental does constitute just taking advantage. To clarify that the dwelling unit shall remain occupied by the owner or the renter. Perfect. Perfect.
Sorry if I missed this, but do we have a number of the amount of 5,000 square foot lots that would potentially be affected by this? Are there 20? Are there 100 vacant lots that could potentially be affected by this? Are there 7? Has anyone quantified that?
Well, I think we heard from a number of people that, you know, they might have a house existing that, you know, maybe they had planned on demolishing or adding on to there, would also be affected by it. We have to consider that.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's every house in our, to some, actually, if you tear it down, you're gonna be building to whatever standard you set. So. And it's just,
Yeah, if you tear it down, right.
that's. One layer to this, that challenge in the decision process.
I think no matter how many 5,000 square foot lots we have, whatever's there, if it's a low number, it's really worth protecting. If it's a high number, it's protected anyway. I mean, I don't know what a high number or a low number is, just relatively speaking. But whatever number it is, we're to the point where we probably have to do something to preserve what we have left. To keep the quaint village feel, in our neighborhoods and, again, what draws all of us here.
When you say protect what we have,
Well, I mean, with a 0.46, there might be some room for nature in there. There's room for quaintness. There's, we take away that space. You know, the space is kind of why we're here.
okay, so we're protecting the space.
So-
Structure.
Right, we're protecting the space, around the home, because if we build the lot line, then we're taking away that space that we enjoy, that, is room for nature.
And the one thing that we're not talking about are design standards to maintain our community. And that's one thing that, you know, we can mess with, we mess with, you know, community and stuff, but if we don't have a clear set of guidelines to design around or have allow people to design around, we're going to circle.
You're right.
We have very limited design.
There should be a recommendation in all of our design guidelines need to be thoroughly gone through, make them clear and objective and.
And increase, you know, just increase the language that's in, and, you know, right now, it's very limited. You know, we look at, historically, look at, you know, Rainbow Station, or places that have communities that have very strict design guidelines that are inclusive, and it's very clear, very descriptive. And so, yeah, it's, especially in our community, that we're, you know, that's what we're talking about. Preserving the character of Cannon Beach, that is one way that we're going to do that.
However, that needs to be a recommendation goes, if we, when we vote on this and if it's forwarded, that needs to be a recommendation, and you can't stop here. I mean, if you're gonna open a mixed commercial, here on, Spruce, you don't have design guidelines to make sure you get something you like, so you better hurry and get those in place.
And that's why I want to keep it for 2000.
Yeah.
I'm not, you know, I'm not gonna give away design guidelines or design review for ADUs, because it's clear that we're not likely to do that, but I don't think we should step away from it in class.
Absolutely.
Not until we have those guidelines in place.
I do know, to Marcy's credit, when we began the code audit process, one of the first conversations was around design standards. And I know that Marcy's ready to do that, if the city says so.
We've got wonderful examples in this town. Not so wonderful, but we have some very historical designs that we can draw from to do that. And I think we have to prioritize that just as much as we're here. You know, we're doing two things here at the same time. We're trying to preserve character Kennedy, but also trying to promote additional housing here. You know, it's gonna get messy no matter what we do, because
We'll make mistakes, but we shouldn't do them blindly, shouldn't go into this blindly, we do need better understanding.
I feel like we have a number of items that we haven't touched still. The items we haven't touched, we could dive into a lot deeper. You know, design standards, for example, like city council gonna love us for just don't they think about this, or you know, want to. That's what we think we do. In itself, could take an evening talking about that.
I feel like the design standards are definitely its own piece that is going to require
Coming back to it.
allowing Marcy to really present an overall.
Okay.
Process. So I don't feel like we should try to take that on.
Perfect, I love that.
No, I agree. It's something that we're gonna have to do at a separate time, but it's something that we can't just put on the wayside. Because if we're going to be doing this, we need to do that pretty much next.
When our process is gonna change, it'll be a lot harder. You don't do that?
Now, we haven't really talked about C1. I really don't have any comments on C1. I think it's pretty fair and objective on what we want to do in such a limited area, for the opportunity to do that. So I really don't have too much, I don't have anything to deliberate on that section. We talked about the ADUs. Talk about parking, somewhat, the reduction of the parking. Unless anyone has any, sort of going line by line.
It's something that, again, if you start messing with parking downtown, you need to think about the knock-on effects. So, again, it's, everything all at once, what's that movie, Michelle Yao movie, everything all the time, all at once, or something like that, we have a lot of issues.
Yeah.
Parking is another one that needs to go there to, council and say that we need to start doing that now.
Well, the parking, we're still talking about our own, too, not about city.
Downtown.
So, but our own R2s are, most of our areas are presidential south town, not downtown. Yeah. Or downtown. Sure, see more of that.
Now, if we start putting ADUs, in the residentials, then there already is a parking issues with the narrowness of the street and not parking on one side or the other, or sometimes not even parking on the street. So, I don't know if it makes sense to increase housing and not require increased parking requirements. But I think that, there would be a benefit to not continuing to, or changing it to not require that additional parking spot so that we can get some affordable housing. I think a lot of the people who work here, they would be able to walk to work and not even need a car. So really, it would be a moot point to have an additional parking spot because it wouldn't be necessary for a lot of the folks that work in town.
You said there are other things we need to get at.
Well, it's good. I think I was more thinking about just our big picture time, go over tonight. And come on, actually, we've had some good conversations, we're not gonna, but. So thinking a little bit about time, how we wanna focus the rest of it, or maybe set a time that was 4 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour and a half, hour with it. Do we want to spend another half an hour? Do we want to put a time limit at all? Do we want to?
I don't know how much more there is.
I think it's zero hard to talk about. I think really what happens is that they come back, we will have another hearing. There will be more comments back, there will be more questions.
Yeah, let's get some input from the conversation tonight.
Okay. Okay.
We've got another meeting.
Okay.
But I like some of the comments tonight. I feel like we've moved forward in terms of where we think we are.
One thing I heard a couple of times was some sort of a. More terms, the wrong word, but basically a period of time between the time it was enacted. The time we move it forward, time that you can't vote on, move it forward, and the time it is actually enforced. So someone who has plans or actually remodel them all, they have a chance to finish those plans or start their project. How do you feel about that?
I'm sorry, that's what I brought up last time, is that I think we need some sort of moratorium, at least we need to recommend moratorium on inaction. If you do not put that in, the show the city council, if the regular city council gets it, and if they agree on it right away, it's 30 days. So anyone who's in the process of designing a home or redesigning a home will not have time to either get it finished, get it, or maybe that's what's necessary to move time.
So all they have to do is to submit plans and they will then interact with their taxes.
Right, they need a 30-day clock, and we put it for their
So
side.
are you thinking like 60 days?
No, I'm thinking somewhere between 3 and 6 months. For my profession, knowing how much, what stage would I be that this takes effect, and I would be able to complete a permit ready set of plans. In construction documents, they just have to be permit ready.
Hypothetical, Jay, you notify the community of restrictions on trees and all of a sudden every tree in the neighborhood starts coming down. You notify people of restrictions on fire and all of a sudden a lot of houses are gonna be sprayed. There's a negative impact there.
There may be, but I still think that we would provide people opportunity that are in the process and complete that process. Because people are going to spend $10,000 on the back. And have, fortunately, have to redesign based on something that's a plot, it's already there, but they're not gonna be able to meet. I think unfair to those right now, or maybe. You realize that any day we set is bound to be considered arbitrary.
Right.
Somebody can say, well, why didn't you do 6 months in one day?
Then we put it to city council that there's a recommendation.
I could see something that's sort of in between place, where if you're really serious, you just step on the gas, you can get it done, but it doesn't create such a window that someone would say, let's start the process down and just hurry it along and get it done.
120 days,
That would be completely legitimate.
they're not gonna be able to tear down the house.
No, I think they have to do their plans.
Yeah.
Plans.
Yeah, fine, we got,
I think if someone's really serious, they should be within some amount of time, they should say, okay, make a decision.
I would be flexible on that.
So this is to delay the time from adoption to in effect to 120 days instead of the typical.
I think the important aspect of that is just that that's a recommendation, like you said, in the end, that's gonna be a council decision.
Everything's a council decision.
That's correct.
Everything.
Right.
Just
So, now, let me ask you this, if somebody wanted to start today, if they finish that and have permit ready plans in 120 days,
Quite nice to you.
and let's move it to 90.
Okay. I mean, there's,
Want people in the process, they have a complete process.
Yeah.
That just says, well, you gotta be 30 days into the process in order for this to actually be the process, rather than you can't start from today.
90, you should be able to make it, right? That's, thinking about that, people are gonna read your life. Had a report, free report, those are not coming out. Great, thanks.
Kind of, all right.
Flexible to that. I just want a little bump.
Do we have three things now? There's an ADU allowance from 600 to 800 in R1. Change the public benefit dwelling allowance from 12 months to 6 months. And delay the time for adoption going into effect to 90 days.
Only if everyone concurs with.
How do we feel about that?
If we're gonna make
That
that recommendation.
At this point, maybe yes.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, okay.
Let's see what happens next one.
Some.
That's some objection to last 90.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that okay after three things or?
Yeah.
It is, okay.
I think I've seen what is better.
Is this, is this like, as I understand it, these are modifications you would add to this to send it forward to city council?
These are, I
Potentially.
think from
Or
a procedural standpoint, these are modifications we're considering, and we're gonna come back to and vote on at this point next month.
After further public comment.
After further public comment, further deliberation, we have a chance to think about it. Steve, you have a question?
Yeah, the 800 strictly R1, or was the 800 ADU 800 square feet in any zone?
Zone allowed, or there's R1 or R2.
ADU period is 800, I think that might, because you just specifically said R1.
Yeah, I thought Jay was trying to solve for R1 and the fact that duplexes are there, but this would increase the ADU square footage allowance from 600 to 800 in R1 and R2.
I would be a little less comfortable with that, just because in R2, they already have duplexes. So first time you got a duplex of 0.6 plus an 800 square foot ADU. That starts to seem,
Are we increasing the duplex square footage?
I think it makes sense to increase the duplex square footage in R1 for sure.
R2. Duplexes are only R1, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
So,
Yes, so
Okay, so the-
R2, if they're not allowed in R1, that's not even consideration.
so only in R1 would we allow the 800 square foot ADU. In R2, standard 600.
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Yes.
Are we creating a?
But already called
Because R2, you couldn't have a duplex anyway, if you add 800 square foot ADU on top, it starts to be pretty expensive.
Okay, yeah, I agree. Now, let's further that conversation. Are we going to increase the FAR for the duplex and or what are we
What is the
going to do?
current, I thought it already was increased for public benefits.
What do we increase it for public?
Yeah, I think it's up to 46 or close. I don't have the table in front of me.
Duplex or the name here.
Was over.
It's 0.62.
Yeah, exactly.
So we would go up.
Martin, can you confirm this?
Yeah, let me just pull that up again.
We're looking at it.
Yeah, so in R2, it's for a public benefit dwelling duplex, it's 0.5. And the ADU is exempt. That was the proposal we got.
So that's 25 per.
That's, there could be two dwellings that,
Yeah. That's 33. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think we're very far.
I have that it's two dwellings at 1,250 square feet each, so they don't have to be the same size. Now, and then you get your 600, if we keep it at 600 square foot, you additionally, so your effective FAR is about 0.62.
What is 600?
Right, that's the 600. That's keeping it as proposed and not increasing it to 800 in Act 2. That's just the proposal.
So if we went up another 200 square feet, what would that be?
That would be 3,300 square feet, feet, 0.6.
So, that doesn't seem all that bad to me. To keep things simple, I'd rather keep it 800 in each of the zones. That way we are actually giving some more incentive for these public benefits.
And it's almost like a triplex anyway, and for a triplex, you need that kind of FAR. And a duplex plus an ADU is effectively pretty high same minutes.
600 is more than what we are.
So the question on the table is, should we increase it from 600 to 800 for both R1 and R2?
What do we, by going from 600 to 800, I realize we get more square footage, but what do we get in terms of benefit to have? It's one unit either way. Is it for a couple? Is it for a family? Is it for a family? What are we, what's our target?
I think it's an incentive to build it.
To get it, yeah.
It's kind of.
Because you can rent it for more?
It's more
600 square feet for a family is pretty challenging.
Yeah.
800 would be two,
but.
Like I say,
So for a couple.
Yeah, I can see that for a couple, you might get a couple and an 800, you probably won't get.
what if you went the other? What if you had the ability to take an 800 unit and split it? And you had more density, so instead of one unit, you get two 400 unit spaces. Well, now you have two.
That certainly increases the building costs, because then you'd have to have two restrooms, some two kitchens. I mean,
It increases the rent too.
Yeah, is 400 reasonable?
It's a small city.
Yeah.
But, there's municipalities where the square footage is under 400.
But is that gonna be wrong in zoning? I don't think that, I think that works itself into normal plan.
Yeah, but we are the planning commission, so we get that.
Well, you can always take that and last the public benefit dwelling duplex with a public dwelling ADU and do one of those units at 400 square feet and the other unit is at your 2,500 minus 400.
Yeah.
I mean, you could have a wide variety
You
of
do a lot of.
units and you could do it.
I think we should talk about and think about. being
But
creative,
that's
working both
built
ways.
into that.
Keep it open discussion.
Choice.
Keep it open now.
That's for discussion.
I'd like to hear more, from Mike and others about, the lien or the deed restrictions and how that's.
I haven't had a chance to research it. It only came up when, everybody kind of understood that, deed restrictions were kind of difficult. We all know, we couldn't get to that point where, what is our hook? So I just, it was actually after our last meeting, I thought, well, what about, what's a tax lien? And could we fashion something where if we contributed money, we could take just impose a lien on it, it needs to be satisfied before the house is sold. It's not a restriction, it doesn't tell the buyer how they have to use it, it just gives the city its money back so I could reuse it for the next opportunity. I still, we have Melissa up here, I don't know if we can create a lien, or a city can do something like, I just don't know. But it's worth looking at.
It also comes down to enforcement as well. We are, our city staff are strict.
Well, what happens with a lien is you just file it and somebody goes to sell, and it's like, well, there's a lien on that, you need to satisfy this amount of money. It is,
Enforcement. We have a public officer or a code enforcement officer who's answering calls from parking dogs to a neighborhood fence. He's stretched out. Enforcement is going to require.
I don't think it requires that. What does the title search do?
It's a court restriction, it's a closing restriction.
Yeah, the title search brings it up. There's nothing we need to do except file.
Does that preclude that property then, that lien from becoming a second home?
What it does is if you decide to convert it, pay the money back. The question is, and then you've got a fund to continually update and create more houses.
But that particular unit
after it changes hands.
Is no longer there, but you have an opportunity to go create another one if there's an, entrance available.
Based on opportunity.
Yeah, and what we hope to do, I mean, when we looked at this, it was like, some people said, you guys got to create 300 units, you need to do it now, that was the county. Some of us said 75, I think Steve said 10, we were lucky to create, we'd be lucky to create 10 units a year. But if we created them, it would be great.
I think each one of us have a big buyout on them, like someone comes in and just says, there's a number of people that could really check.
Well,
Yeah.
I think the other thing we gotta remember is we're talking about policy that the council's gonna set
Yeah.
dollars, and things like that. We need to stay focused on the zoning ordinance and what we can do. These other questions are great and they're good
I agree.
discussions, but they're not anything that's going in the zoning ordinance, and they need to be comments to the council or to the public to bring to the council and spur the interest that way. So it's just, I'm not saying bad ideas, but we gotta stay focused on what we can really do.
But it should be a recommendation, again, my strongest recommendation after sitting through this and upsetting a lot of people was, we need money to make this work. It's not a lot, maybe, I don't know, I'm not even gonna throw a number out, but I know there are a lot of grassroots people out there trying to figure out how we do some of this stuff, and it's independent of this, and none of it will get done with that money.
No doubt
So
about it.
just, I mean, so if we just say money, that opens the door to things like that, but.
But I think Steve's point is really well taken. What we have the ability to do here are zoning changes. Do we think these zoning changes are appropriate? Do we think that they're effective? Should they be a recommendation or not? So I think that is. Thank you, Steve, for reminding us.
These are.
So, is there a practical limit to raising bar for any of these various reasons beyond the 0.6 range? I mean, is there any consideration of going to like 0.7, something even more? And what would the downside to that be?
Well, the downside would be you lose the community character.
And you're gonna have the neighbor to the 0.7 going, what do you guys think?
Yeah.
You're gonna upset a lot of people with that.
My concern has always been, and I think it's probably because of what's been expressed, that we're coupling reduction in the FAR, which is kind of more tied to village character in some ways. But it also just gives us something we can give back, give what we want, but that sounds disingenuous to me, to take something and then say, well, I'll give it back if you do something I want you to do. But if we could come up with a way to not feel like we were taking something away just to create that incentive, and one of the ways that I still don't quite understand is why we couldn't go to a higher FAR. Now, I grant you, if it's one big square building, I'm gonna hate that, but if you did that for a triplex that was cleverly designed, I don't think that's as bad as what you might think.
Well, that's the problem, that triplexes aren't in the R2 zone.
Well,
So
this guy saw duplex and an ADU.
When you go with that, what you're saying is, okay, let's say we still stay with 0.6 and we increase the size of the ADU, that's going to automatically. People choose to go to 8 or automatically reduce the size of the house, because it's all lumped together. Same thing with duplexes. Or I mean, I don't know about ADUs with duplexes, I'm still kind of sketchy on that. But if we, say, okay, if you want to do a detached duplex, they both FAR there. Promote to smaller units, more flexible in its location on the site. And we're not taking away the care, and that's a good argument that you have. One of the challenges that we're trying to do, that I'm struggling, it's been brought up more than once, is public comment, now you've brought it up, well.
So did you?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, the R3 is kind of like our multifamily zone, and you might, right now that's at 0.6, you might be able to take a look at a district like that and potentially increase it if you chose to do so. So that might be another option.
But do we bring the R3 into our discussion?
And I'm not saying that, we're gonna still be talking and having conversations, this is what we focused on, but that could be something that we look at, whether it's now or down the line.
Good point.
Considering that.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that our R3 is so limited.
There's not a lot of,
In comparison.
but because of that, maybe it's smaller and it's just kind of like what we talked about on Spruce, maybe it's an opportunity to try it in a small area and see how it works.
I tried to look at several cities that had kind of pursued this process, and one of them, I think it was Portland, but I noticed that they didn't just limit it to like the R2 zone, or in their case, it was an R10 or something, but, they tied it to a portion of that. They didn't say you could go to 0.6 and the whole zone. But, they tied it to proximity, in their case, to public transportation. That kind of made sense to me, and we could conceivably consider something like that, I would think.
I can't imagine how that could be done equitably. How do you decide what portion of that area gets treated differently in sort of spot zoning type of approach, which I think has some really good apples to the front of it. As a reminder, FAR started at 0.5 in this city. And it was later increased to 0.6. But if we think about the history of when most of the homes here were built, there was an FAR of 0.5, and I remember that Jeff Adams had a really great figure showing changes over time. But the vast majority of the city, the FARs were well below 0.5. So I also think that we could try to take a step back to the conversation, and there's that sense of something being taken, but if we're actually look at what homes people are living in right now, most of them are below even probably the 0.46.
Well, that's the median, what was that, it's 22,
Right.
24, or 26.
So, I think we can also realize this isn't like suddenly you've lost a bedroom out of your home.
Yeah. No, and I would certainly agree with you, it's just that it doesn't feel that way. The optics are different for me. The way that it's packaged together, but I think that's good information, and, I went back and checked mine, I'm at a 0.3. On my house, right, I'm well below, and it's, but I don't know that that's the way we've sold this to the public, and I don't think that's common knowledge. What do you mean?
How are people feeling? Are we having a good breaking point? I feel like it's been a productive conversation. Getting a little more understanding of where we're at on it, and I hope it's in the time. You guys feel like calling it a night on this issue, and bringing it back up next month?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Before we call it that, are there any other recommendations? To Melissa, there's no anything else besides those three, there's something else to be jotted down.
I'm sure there are.
We discussed a lot.
But to bring them up now, is another discussion, I think we could go on pretty deep. So why don't we come back and pick this up again? Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, if we're gonna continue it, continue it to a date certain.
Okay.
I don't know if the next two planning commission meeting dates are September 25th and October 23rd. So those are the next two that are coming, so if the planning commission wants to continue the process, I would recommend that and continue with one of those dates.
I think we need to continue the momentum on that, pick it up in September.
I moved to put it on the agenda on September 25th.
Second?
Second.
There won't be able to be here, but I know it's essential.
Are you zooming in or not available?
Mine is when. I'm good.
Here's here.
We'll wing it with that. Okay, so I feel like we've got consensus on that. We will continue this meeting to the September 25th planning commission meeting. Thank you everyone for being here. Your input matters.
Ask one thing, would you like me to prepare a one-page description of these points as I understand them?
Yes, please. Yeah, that'd be great for our conversation. Yeah.
I would imagine we'd want a draft of the changes
What is that?
or.
Yeah, absolutely.
You'd want the changes incorporated into the draft change document. We'll do that. We haven't.
We, I don't know about that.
Okay.
I think. it could-
How about sample, can we get sample language? I think you know.
The differences from the proposal.
Probably like what you've done before with the boxes and how, yeah, I think that would be how we looked at the initial ones.
That's great.
Strike it, I'll strike.
Not that, but a summary change. On a, I think it can be done on a single page.
That'd be great. Yeah, and we'll get that in, when people can do it, before the meeting. Okay, thank you again, everybody. Appreciate you being here tonight. Thanks, Lauren. 5 minutes. Why don't we just pick, how do people feel about 8 o'clock? Okay. And next item tonight is a quasi judicial hearing, public hearing, U 2506, William Rasmussen on behalf of Magazine Siegel applying for conditional use permit. William Rasmussen, of North Nash LLP, on behalf of Maxine Siegel, application for conditional use permit for the placement of a new shoreline stabilization structure. The property is located at 3915 Ocean Avenue, Tax Lot 400, map 4100 BC, in a residential minor density R1 zone. The application will be reviewed against the criteria of CMBC 17.100 Oceanfront Management Overlay Zone and 17.86 conditional use. Does anyone object to jurisdiction of the planning commission to hear this matter at this time? Does any commission member believe he or she has conflict of interest or a personal bias? Has any commission member had any ex parte contact or made a signing? Okay. I reached out at one time to Mrs. Siegel to communicate about a meeting in town that I thought might help the city. That may qualify as ex parte contact. I reached out to communicate about a meeting, Surfrider was having, where a number of organizations were coming to talk about the project down at, on Cold Creek with with Breakers Point. I thought that was an opportunity to meet with a number of people that were influential in coming together on a decision that I remember sitting on the planning commission and hearing both sides pretty mad at each other, and now they've come to a good place, and I thought there might be an opportunity to meet some people there who would be helpful in a situation that I frankly have compassion for. Tough spot, and that's why I reached out. Ultimately, Steve wasn't able to attend, and I never got any kind of video on that. I don't even know if they did. But
I did.
you did, good. So I've had that contact. I don't know, that qualifies as any kind of concern for people, but I wanted to bring it out. No, any concern on my part relative to my ability to go on and listen to it, you want to bring it now? I'm gonna do that. No, I have no concerns. Nothing. Okay. No. Let's move ahead. Maybe we have a staff report.
Yes, the applicant requests conditional use approval for the installation of a shoreline stabilization structure to address flooding and the potential for structural damage. Due to its location, the property is understood to be at risk of flooding due to storm surge and other extreme high tide events, and the application materials include imagery showing water on the northwestern portion of the property. Application materials state the ocean bluff is eroding and that there is an immediate need for stabilization in order to prevent erosion that will result in damage to or loss of the residents. The property is eligible for a shoreline stabilization structure as development existed on the subject property on January 1st, 1977. And photos of the current conditions of the project area are included in the staff report. Previous application history in a reverse chronological order is in 2021, conditional use permit CU 2105 was approved for a non-structural shoreline stabilization consisting of 50 cubic yards of cobble and sand. And then conditional use permit CU number 2405 was reviewed by the planning commission and denied. That was an application for a shoreline stabilization structure. That decision was then appealed to city council through appeal application 2501, which affirms that these city councils are from the planning commission's decision. Moving into the applicable criteria. for the oceanfront management. Oh wait, we're doing the couple criteria. For the oceanfront management zone, the staff comment is that the underlying zone is residential moderate density R1 and shoreline stabilizations are a conditional permitted use in that zone. Conditional approval of shoreline stabilizations are permitted on lots that consist of beach, active dunes, or other foredunes that are conditionally stable and that are subject to wave overtopping or ocean undercutting or interdune areas that are subject to ocean flooding.
Robert, I'm gonna have you pause for just a second. Can you see what happened to Commissioner Matusik?
I have attempted to bring his phone in as a panelist a couple of times and he has not responded. Keep talking to you.
He texted you. What's?
Says he's waiting on his phone.
I'm here. It's the first time I saw it. Thanks. I've been here the whole time.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
As this is a structural improvement, it will be necessary for the applicant to obtain a shoreline alteration permit from Oregon Parks and Recreation Department prior to the start of work. Application materials do not indicate if OPRD has been contacted regarding this proposal. However, a shoreline alteration permit does require local land use authorization before that can be issued. As per condition approval number 1, the proposal conditionally meets this criteria. Moving into the conditional uses for shoreline stabilization. The subject property is within 2 FEMA inventory flood hazard areas, the DE coastal high risk and AE high flood risk. Elevations range from approximately 15 feet above sea level on the west to approximately 24 feet on the east. The Certerra geotechnical report exhibit A3 states the bluff has eroded 4 to 5 feet during a 10-year period. The proposed shoreline stabilization will not generate any pedestrian or vehicular traffic or affect off-street parking in its vicinity. A stormwater outfall is present on the northern portion of the Midway Street right-of-way, which is approximately 30 feet wide. There are no identified impacts to the ability of the outfall to perform its function that would result from this project. The proposed revetment would measure approximately 24 feet wide and start at the property's western lot line. It will be approximately 14 feet tall with a slope of 1.5 high over 1 vertical. 1.5 horizontal over 1 vertical with a portion of the structure located below beach level. The application does not propose to place any part of the structure off of the subject property. Application materials indicate the exposed bluff face is subject to erosion, particularly during high tides and storm events. The 2 properties immediately to the south of the subject property are known to have shoreline stabilization structures consisting of riprap and supporting vegetation such as willow. The bluff of the property to the north of Midway Street right-of-way, which is 3887 Ocean Avenue, is largely covered in vegetation and is unknown if riprap is present. The adjacent property north of that, 3863 Ocean Avenue, does not have a shoreline stabilization or significant presence of vegetation. A conditional use permit for a non-structural shoreline stabilization was approved on that property in 2022. Moving into the shoreline stabilization itself. Due to the project's location on the border of the state vegetation line, the project will require coordination with Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. Moving on. The applicant's proposal will replace a previously approved non-structural stabilization authorized in January 22 that is no longer present due to erosion. Application materials detail why a non-structural means of stabilization would be ineffective at the subject property, given its location within flood hazard areas and exposure to high energy ocean waves. There are no publicly funded expenditures that would be required for this project. No significant visual impacts have been identified. The application materials state that if the bluff becomes compromised by erosion, the residents will be adversely affected and may become structurally damaged. The property's location is exposed to high energy wave events, and engineering studies commissioned by the applicant indicate that non-structural stabilization will be insufficient to provide protection to the residents. And that concludes the staff report.
Okay, is there any additional correspondence?
All correspondence received through 2 p.m. today has been distributed.
We'll now move to public testimony. The pertinent criteria to be considered are noted in the staff reports and listed on the criteria sheets on the meeting page of the city website. Testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed toward those criteria or other criteria in the comprehensive plan or municipal code which the person testifying believes apply to the decision. Failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements are sufficient to afford the decision maker and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue precludes appeal based on that issue. Prior to the conclusion of the initial evidentiary hearing, any participant may request an opportunity to present additional testimony, arguments, or evidence regarding the application. The planning commission shall grant such request by continuing the public hearing or leaving the record open for additional written testimony, arguments, or evidence. Persons who testify shall first receive recognition from the chair, state their full name and mailing address, and are appearing in a representative capacity, identifying in any way before. Is there a presentation by the applicant?
There is.
Yeah.
Well, Will Rasmussen, thank you, Chair Newton. Will Rasmussen, Miller Nash, on behalf of Maxine and Martin Siegel. My address is 1140 Southwest Washington Street, Fort Worth, 97404. The screen is a little smaller in this room. I might have to try to zoom. I will submit a packet also for folks that aren't able to follow along on their own screens if this gets too small to read some of these tonight. We're here with a similar application to what this commission heard last year for the benefit of the new commissioners. This is a 50-foot wide ocean fronting lot down the south end of town on Ocean Avenue. Marty and Mimi bought this property decades ago, built their retirement home on it around 2026. And since then have been having the ocean come closer and closer and closer to their back door. You're gonna hear from 3 of us today. I'm gonna give a brief intro. You'll hear from Mimi Siegel, the owner of the property, for a brief statement from the owner, and Adam Reese, one of the engineers on this project, geologic engineer, and then I'll close with a couple of key criteria. And having the ocean closer and closer to their back door.
Mistake on my part. I was trying to follow on live stream, but I'm not distracted because I can't see that very well.
Sorry.
Let me shut that down. I'll just.
Reorientation purposes, this is subject site from the ocean. You'll see a couple things that make this site unique. It's very low, the ocean, one of the lowest homes in Cannon Beach by elevation. Okay, I think Robert cited 15 feet for part of the site. The bluff is getting eroded closer and closer to the home. That's causing the bluff surface to get greater vertical, at point undercut, which is, as you'll hear from our geologic engineer, clear sign of instability and active erosion. That bluff is getting overrun by waves during king tides. During the last several years, this has happened. These haven't been particularly intense king tides, but nonetheless, the waves are getting closer and closer to the Siegel's home. This picture is taken kind of right across the western face of their home, so it's looking to the north. And you can see waves run up just west of their home here, and in fact going this is the north side of their home, running past the western wall of their home, just north of their home, coming in literally of their house, flowing along their foundation. This is just some aerial shots of the neighborhood to show most of the Siegel's neighbors are protected by riprap and revetment because of the extreme erosion down in this part of town. To the north of them, 8 of the 10 houses are protected by riprap. To that south of them, the first 5 immediate houses are protected by riprap, and there's a gap of 2, and there's about 5 more. Just kind of a little gap Unfortunately, it's also the lowest point in this area. This is a picture of the northern wall of the house. So there's a right of way, midway right of way immediately north of the property with beach access. This is kind of a picture from the beach access. And you can see a gentleman with his hat by the house showing exactly how close these waves are starting to get. Again, last couple years, not really intense winters, but nonetheless, the waves are getting close. You know, you can look at that, maybe that man's distance, maybe a little bit more, I don't know, 7 to 10 feet of having the ocean at their foundation, at their house, risking structural damage, as the extensive reports show. And it was alluded to that our package is 600 pages. I apologize for that. It's just what, frankly, I felt like the swing votes on this commission asked for last time was the expertise we brought, plus a little bit more expertise. The new information that you have in the packet includes ecologic enhancement assessment from Daniel Collins and Nico Terra. The swing vote at this commission, Commissioner McCarthy, said she thought she could have got there to vote in favor of this application, which, by the way, went down 3-4. It's a very close split vote. Very hard vote, and I appreciate everybody taking all the way through it. The swing vote said she could have got there. She just could have heard from an expert who actually specialized in ecologic restoration projects, who spends time planting willows, who spends time not just putting up riprap. I felt like our set of professionals just only wanted riprap. Dan Collins, for over 10 years, has specialized in public and private clients doing vegetation-based erosion control. My own clients, King County, Washington, largely in estuarine and riverine climates. And you'll see in the packet, Exhibit 810, or report from them explaining why those projects won't work on this subject site. Also, we got a coastal engineer, David Simpson, over 40 years, half of it with FEMA, half of it in private practice with public and private clients. Some of the questions we got from this commission and from the council were related to its sediment transport, wave runoff, and how kind of like from a whole beach standpoint, what's going on here. So we brought him in from that standpoint. We can read his report at Exhibit 8-4. He had some great insights. And then an updated geotechnical investigation design report from geotechnical engineer Troy Bull and Adam Reese at Terra. Adam is with us tonight to kind of answer detailed geologic engineering questions about what's going on in the site, including the report is a very robust alternatives analysis, walks through cobble burns, clay burritos, all the other measures. Before I get into the criteria though, I want to pass it over to the owner, Mimi Siegel, just for a brief statement
Thank
on why we're here.
Well, thanks for letting us breathe here before you. Mimi Siegel, 9515 Southeast 15th Street in Bellevue, Washington. And I wish like heck that I were giving you my local address because we're desperate to move down here, but we can't do that until our house is safe. And there's no secret that our age is advancing and our health is declining. And it's urgent that we be allowed to move to our retirement home. Also, as Adam will tell you, another set of urgency is that not only is our health eroding, but our hillsides are eroding. And we're anxious to fix that. We want to thank city staff and the commission. You've always been polite with us, and I really appreciate your diligence in reviewing 600 pages of application materials. Our team of experts has really been superb. And I thank our neighbors and local experts for supporting our requests. And I also want to give a shout out to the opponents who have come and spoken with them. And we share their concerns. So we've been vacationing in Cannon Beach for 4 decades. Our first home was on the Pacific, and with great appreciation, we were able to purchase on the ocean in 2006. That's our history with a community that we absolutely love. I'm hoping that in addition to the experts, and you will hear tonight, that you'll take a look at letters from your local building professionals. Because they care about the community as much as we do. And they have said, without exception, that these trusted craftsmen, that nothing short of a vegetative rehab solution is gonna work in our house. And, these are the experts who have built your homes, and I hope that you'll trust some of their knowledge and their hands-on experience. I'll let you go because I know you want to hear from the true expert. But I do want to thank you again for your attention and for reconsidering our request.
Should I continue? Yeah, so, many of you have heard this, before, but there's, as Will said, new information added, we hear each time, the concerns, some misconceptions, some, problems. And so,
What kind of room to, yeah, what do you do?
what's that? Oh, I'm sorry, Adam Reese, with Terra 2411 Southeast 8th Avenue, campus, representing the Siegels. And I'm a certified engineering geologist. So, just, going through, I had heard components and even some of you in deliberations, that, the misconception that, the Siegel went into this, or we as professionals went into this process with a pre-prescribed solution here, and we don't do that. I think you could find on the early in our report, more of an explanation of that, explaining that we understanding what the state rules are and the process is here, and how challenging that it can be. We start with, the least impactful non-structural solutions, evaluate each one of them, and then identify what the solution that is the appropriate, long-term effective solution for the location would be. I think we've gone way above and beyond with this particular study, but it was pointed out at city council level. Wow, this is really much more than what anybody would have ever done, and that's true. We've looked at each of the potential alternatives that could be potentially implemented in this, but really is a unique, exceptional area from an erosional standpoint and flooding standpoint within Cannon Beach. The report details that very much how this isn't just any site, along the beach here in Cannon Beach. It's exceptional both in terms of flooding and erosion. It's an actively eroding place. We looked at, non-structural solutions that have been implemented elsewhere and here. Hobble parks have not really been implemented here. They've only been implemented a couple of places on the Oregon coast, and they're large scale projects when they do a dynamic hobble revetment isn't a, single family resident individual project, because as essentially the pilot of that project, had been done 50 yards of cobble, dumped on the beach and it's gone this season. That tells you that wouldn't work in that location. And even if it could, we'd need 10 times the area to do a 10% slope down cobble park. It's just not a viable option in any way, shape, or form in this location. The other one, which actually was interesting, like kind of unique to Cannon Beach, the clay structures, which you guys have heard of elsewhere on the coast. There's only been a couple of them done, and they're here. And we go into detail about those that have failed here and those that seem to have worked. So say 20 years ago, and why the conditions in those two locations where a vegetated burrito structure planted with willows happen to work. One specifically is sheltered by Haystack Rock. That's the 1856, 1860 Pacific Drive example that's brought forward as being 6,000. So entirely different erosional conditions in that location, the sequels have in their location. In addition to rocky bank, things like that, so it's a very different erosion environment than what the sequels have. There's the one, 3276, Pacific Avenue, that's brought up, nobody seems to know too much about it, just much of that or what's going on. But if you walk out there and you look at that, it's a rocky bank, it's protected by, oh, here we go, you see, so that's, you know, the site that we're talking about, if anybody can, you know, actually see that on the left. But that's a rocky bank, you know, that's what we're striving to basically install here, is to get that kind of condition. And, you know, that's a different erosional condition than what the Steagles are dealing with. The best analog is, you know, 3188, you have that, there, Bill, where there's, a collaborative structure that's failed, has been reconstructed, failing again. So this is something that's not working in place with, you know, the similar bank conditions, natural bank conditions, that is. And, you know, so ultimately, you know, we've gone pretty great expense to evaluate the alternatives here locally. Something like that, some shoreline protection is required for that, but basically to maintain, you know, you saw the photo, you know, where the flooding is coming up past the house nearby, where their elevation is about a foot higher, you know. So maintaining a very limited buffer that they have, stop the erosion, so that they're not dealing with flooding that encroaches on their foundation, flies up the fines, results in settlement there. And ultimately that's what's needed there. You know, just to tie it all together, this property qualifies under Rule 18. There's an imminent need for shoreline protection here, as is really well documented. And this is the least, you know, this is the alternative, the least reasonable shoreline protection alternatives for this location. Hope that covered everything that I intended to, but.
Yeah, no, perfect. Any discrete questions, Brown, we can ask them. But before I jump into the key criteria.
Will there be an opportunity to ask some questions about your proposed, your design again, for the stabilization you're proposing?
Absolutely.
We will make time for that. Do you want us to?
You can ask-
No,
ask-
I don't want to disrupt this. But I had some
Okay,
questions.
One
Yeah.
question. How soon, extent that you were talking about how soon it would be effective, that's something similar to what's been done down at
You know, that's somewhat natural on the RGB, but it would look like that, you know, where it would be, I wish conditions, you know, that's really, kind of brilliant there, but, it's more like what they've done at Cape Lookout, if you've ever seen the how we're installed there. The other examples at the, south shore of the, Columbia River Jetty,
clearly to keep going.
yeah, I mean, it covers, acres and acres, you know,
Being tried in the 50-foot frontage.
But I'm involved in Colburn design elsewhere, things like that, so, you know, definitely, expertise in that. Wouldn't the, width of it also be restricted by the property line as well? So, yeah, it would extend 100 feet. We have enough space to.
We need both the state of Oregon and maybe 20 owners to come along with putting cobble on the beach. And frankly, I think if we came in here and said, we're gonna cover Cannon Beach with cobble, we have another contentious meeting here.
But to your point, Gary, great.
I'll circle back over. Thank you.
Question. And yeah, we'll wrap up and ask anybody your questions at any point, but at the end, good. There's really two key issues, and there's multiple criteria to feed into them, but really two key issues. One, if there's a critical need and demand here for protective structure, and two, if lesser structures, higher priority, lesser mitigation measures, and just plain vegetation could work here. Before I get into those two things. I just want to clarify the applicable standard or burden of proof here. Some of the criteria say things like the lesser structures will not work. That kind of sounds like we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it won't. In these quasi judicial hearings, the evidentiary standard throughout is a preponderance of the evidence. And as these cases I kind of cite here say, that just basically means more probably true than not. So it's more probably true than not that a cobble burn won't work here. Not is it impossible under any conceivable situation that it could work here. So as I walk through these criteria, and you see the words, keep in mind, we just need to show it more likely that we can protect me and Martin's home. So regarding the need, as you heard from Adam and as you hopefully read in the multiple reports, there are several very unique vulnerabilities jeopardizing the Seagulls home. This is my punch list of things that are documented in the findings of Terra, David Simpson, and Nico Terra. This is one of the lowest elevation homes in Cannon Beach. It has a very short, undersized, and eroding bluff that's getting closer to their home. The bluff takes direct hits from waves in the winter, every winter. The bluff, because of that, the bluff face has been steepened to near vertical points inverted beyond vertical. Waves overtop that little short bluff and run up to the home, both just west of the foundation of the home currently, and now north of the foundation of the home. From two sides, you've got water coming up, settling, sloshing around. It's in FEMA's most severe coastal flooding zone. You'll see it's on the south end of Cannon Beach, the only home in that area, and within all of Cannon Beach, just one of maybe a handful of structures in that very most severe coastal flooding zone. And new fact that we picked up in this application, the western bluff is actually elevated a little bit on the property, so that as it erodes to the east, that crest elevation is actually coming down a little bit. And that might be one of the reasons why we're seeing more water get closer to the home as it gets closer, as the bluff erodes closer to the home.
Yes. It's diverting the energy then from the higher portion of the bluff down to the lower, you know?
I don't know about diverting energy, the ability for the bluff to absorb energy and basically slow the wave run up to the home is reducing, and that's why we're seeing, like this picture, the water getting right up next to the home now. And ask Adam, and if necessary, I can go ask our coastal engineer, Adam Simpson, as well. Who's one of the leading experts on the west coast of wave energy. This is Dogami, so it's not just, if you for some reason don't believe me, for some reason don't believe Adam, the other experts in the record, Dogami has us mapped in the high hazard zone here. This really shows some of the most critical risk. This is FEMA's flood, kind of flood hazard map. And it's hard to see at this scale, but in the materials in the record, you can see more clearly. The only property on the south end of town that's bisected by this little triangular line, this guy right here is Seagulls home. A couple of properties just north of them are actually set back further inland, further east, so they're not in that area. And then the line cuts out to the west before it hits their neighbor to the south. So it's really just the Seagulls. That line designates the moderate wave action boundary line. That is where FEMA expects 1.5 foot waves, recurring 1.5 foot waves, to be hitting things. They do that size of wave and mark that because that is the height historically shown with severe structural property damage. That's what you don't want to happen in your house in this situation. You don't want your house sliding down a hill in a landslide zone. You don't want 1.5 foot waves hitting your house. And that's what FEMA now says to expect at the Seagulls home. This is me pulling out some of what I think are the most prescient provisions from some of our engineering reports and our ecologic restoration expert report. This is Terra, Adam and his geologist partner, Troy Holt, concluding with the continued retreat of the bluff and reduced resultant elevation of the bluff base and the eastward movement of wave runup, the risk of structural damage to the existing residents is significantly increased. I'm not going to read all of these, just to save everybody what's expected each second tonight. But this is from coastal engineer David Simpson. The types of structural damage from coastal wave storms to which the Siegel residence is vulnerable, this is today, include direct force of flowing water, impact by wave carried debris, inundation by overland water, flowing water, as specified in the definition of the VE zone that's representing the FEMA map we're just looking at, and weakening of foundation soil strength. One of the things Dave really talks about in his report is that having water sloshing around your foundation is awful, and he has several pictures of broken structures from where that happened, where it wasn't, the ocean picking up a log and smashing into the house, which is what I kind of thought of in this situation. It's water sloshing around, causing ground subsidence, foundation breaking, doors breaking, windows breaking, home destroyed. This is, again, the picture, it's just one of the pictures showing kind of how the waves have been running up the last couple of years in Norfolk property. Now I want to shift over to kind of that second key criteria. This is where we have an alternatives analysis from Adam. He went by all those other structures in Cannon Beach and where clay burritos have been tried, vegetative burritos, and whatnot. The Cannon Beach code, though, actually, it doesn't say assess all alternatives and find the least impactful alternative. It says there's 5 priorities and basically go in order. Try option A if that's not work. If not, try. Show option A doesn't work, show option B doesn't work, and then you keep going down until something will work. The priorities for shoreline stabilization control are from highest to lowest. We are proposing option 3, vegetative ribbon. Councilor Hayes pointed out, there's not really anything between planting of riparian vegetation and vegetative riprap. There's not something that says try clay burrito, basically, or try all the things we've assessed that we're confident will not work, but there's not really something with code right now. I think he has a good point. And historical reference, I guess, for the new people, it was alluded to that the Seagulls have tried things before. In 2007, they first, right when they finished their reconstruction of their home, they first tried sand with plantings over the top. The records doesn't really show what it was. I assume it was beach grass, but we don't know. That washed out within a year or a couple of years. Then again in 2022, they saw water getting close to their home. What can we do? City and OPRD said, well, you can try sand and cobble, hence that mini cobble thing. It's not really called berm, and to the point Commissioner Orlock was making, but try putting cobble, sand, and planting it, including with willows. That washed out within a year. The following year, they re-put everything in, tried again. That washed out within several months. So they've tried planting of riparian vegetation, and it's not waves that 50 cubic yards of cobble. And but they tried, it got scattered, the plants destroyed. And the ecologic habitat expert in the record, Dan Collins, says that's to be expected at a high wave energy site. This is DLC's guidebook. This is just a picture of DLC's guidebook on erosion control practices. This is page 35. If you want to pull it up yourself. We're talking about vegetative stabilization. You can kind of see the text below here. We're actually talking about using burrito bags and jute and planting it, not dissimilar from what we've looked at some of the sites in Cannon Beach. The 5th bullet point down says vegetative stabilization, ... is only suited to areas with mild to moderate erosion. DLCD says if you have high energy wave site like this, it's not going to work. Again, it's not just Adam and the other experts, the state of Oregon. This is Dan Collins, Nicotera, the arborist and ecologic restoration expert. He concludes in his report, which is in record 810, the extent of erosion and threats caused by wave action at your bluff were confirmed. This is a high energy shoreline. This condition jeopardizes non-engineered techniques methods for restoring shoreline slope stability. To be frank, in my opinion, vegetative planting alone or as part of a burrito type erosion mitigation measure would not work at your site. He actually goes on, and he's the expert on plantings, to note that vegetated revetment actually provides the best opportunity for vegetation to take at the site. You know, if you put willows and other planting, beach grass on a cobble or on sand, that's likely to erode. But the revetment makes enough spaces within the rocks, you know, you come in with over the sand, come right over the top of the soil, for the willows to actually have a chance to take root and then maybe come down the slope more. So from a standpoint of what proposal actually gives vegetation the best chance to take on this thing, it is a vegetative revetment. Certera, I won't read the chapter, but Certera similarly concludes non-structural nature-based alternatives won't work. Again, because the high energy wave environment just makes it so they won't take, they get destroyed. And coastal engineer David Simpson, even more forcefully, points out that in his opinion, soft solutions, alternatives to rock will not work because this is a high energy shoreline. This is just, this is about half mile north, but somewhat similar conditions. So, you know, when we talk about what work, what can take, and what a higher energy wave site looks like, this was just November last year. It was actually when we were at hearings for the application last year. First king tides event of the year wasn't a particularly big one, wasn't a particularly crazy one, but this is just what it looks like when these waves come up. Hold on a second. Jobs. Okay, so this is sitting actually on the right in setting. So this is my backbone stepping. Last November, just try to see, get a feeling for like wave energy. And we got those logs, they are all along the beach, they get picked up and smashed into the wall. I like battering rams, but it's some of those things are over a ton of pieces. And plants, sand, cobble, like you saw when we tried, would just get thrown around, washed out, and not. Yeah, with that, pause, glad to answer whatever questions you guys have.
Question? Sure we will. Over.
Yeah.
So will we be having another opportunity for questions?
We will finish with the applicant.
So that wraps applicant comments. If you have any questions that you want for any of us, that would be a good time. We're not gonna go there. If you want to ask that stuff later, sure, we will.
All right, let's hope.
Thanks.
Very comprehensive. We have to work. It was very comprehensive, I'll say.
We're trying to really hard to be in March.
Okay. Are there presentations by proponents? No one here in the audience? Is there anyone online? Okay.
Say something if you want. Oh, I'm sorry, I wrote a letter, but I did back it up a little bit.
You're welcome to come up.
So, name's Keith Arnold. We have a house at 3863 Ocean Avenue. We are second house to the north. It's again all low bank along there, to the sides of this, have riprap. And when you notice the riprap, it's all along there, it's all had an opportunity to get stuff overgrown on it. It doesn't look like it doesn't belong there. So I would really support putting in some riprap and getting some growings on
we did put, cobbles and sand in planters twice, the same 2 years that singles did it, and we have. Ours is slightly different, it's a narrow opening that was just trying to flood, because waves were coming up into our front yard. So we plugged that with sand and cobbles, we've lost all of it the first year, the second year, we lost 50% of it, and now I've got about a third left of it right now. And what is exposed now is really the cobbles. So when the cobbles disappear this year at high tides, it's gonna be gone. But it really doesn't work. So that you have a revetment, and then you have a small area that was open and. It's the lowest part by a lot. And it actually, it just eroded through there. The reason why I really want to get a plug too was there's a tree there. We have one of the very few, spruce trees that's right along the coast, along that stretch. And I really wanted to save it, and it probably would have gone. And the city was pretty vehement when we got a building permit about saving that house. It wasn't part of my approval process, but the mayor really wanted to stay, so it's staying. I wanted to fix it. Anyway, thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir, please come forward.
Stephen Day, 1889 east, 4675 south in Salt Lake. We also own the property at 3216 Pacific Avenue. Here in Cannon Beach, and as my wife said earlier, we'll be here full time in a few months. We've been through this process for the last 4 years, trying to stabilize our shoreline property. And our property was in a similar state as the Seagulls, but not quite as advanced. We had a very rigid vertical shoreline that had been eroded several inches a year for the years that we owned the property, while we were trying to get permits to put up the stabilization. The notion of a vegetative riprap stabilization is no small feat. It's a significant financial effort, and it is also a really great opportunity to stabilize the shoreline in a way that looks like it belongs in Cannon Beach, and it does belong in Cannon Beach. Those rocks, the sand that goes over the top, the vegetation, if it gets a chance to take hold inside those rocks, is exactly the look and feel that we all come from. And at the same time, you're protecting very valuable, important family properties. And so in our case, we lost all of the vegetation we planted in the first year that we planted it. We'll be back at that, planting again as soon as the king tides are done this year. And continue to build it up so that someday we can have something that actually is sort of stabilized. And that's exactly what the Seagulls are asking to do. It's the same plan that we follow. And we feel like it's a great solution. It's not encroaching on any dunes. It's not doing anything else to pulls in sort of anything else that you wouldn't want on the beach. And it's a long process, but for those of us that care, we're signing up to do it. And I know the Seagulls to be some of those folks. So that's my testimony.
Just a quick question for you. I remember, you had a year ago, I think it was ago. Was it European or American beach grass that for your plantings?
I would have to ask Cannon Beach Landscape, I don't know. But I know that they harvested it from this area. And brought it to our property to plant.
My recollection was it was beach grass.
It was beach grass. I just don't know anything beyond that.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a quick question.
Sure.
I was curious, whereabouts relative to the Stevens property is yours? Are you south?
We are north and about, well, I don't know the exact distance, but we're just north of the Tolovana parking lot.
and they're south, maybe half a mile or a mile.
4 blocks. Down.
Four blocks from Pullman. So we're in the same general.
I was just curious.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Would anyone else like to come forward? Favor of the application for one application. Robert, anyone online?
No.
Okay. We will move to opponents. Are there presentations by opponents?
Yes.
Come on forward.
Someone else who wants to go first.
I honestly couldn't tell which hand went up first, so.
Oh, go ahead, please, please. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, you're almost.
Okay.
I'm Judy Martin, 6280 Deer Street, West Lynn, associated with the property at 555 North Laurel in Canada.
That's pretty.
I came tonight because I wanted to find out how the conditions had changed from the last application, and I learned a lot. I wondered, has anyone used your home in the last year?
In this format,
okay.
you have to direct it to us, so we can maybe ask
Okay.
any question, but please speak to your customer.
Okay. When I looked, I didn't have time, I just found out about this on Tuesday, and I didn't have time to go through all the material, but in looking at some of the pictures, it looked like there was a, near their home on the north side, it looked like there was a chute coming up, like a beach access. And it might be on the neighbor's property, might not there, and it might be an old picture. But anyway, I was thinking that maybe some of that water has been coming up that chute, you know. And the other problem I see is that if the houses on the south side have riprap revetments that can scour out the beach front in front of that, and also send more powerful waves to neighbors that don't have that protection there. And so I have two ideas. Maybe you could have a whole section of Cannon Beach where they have riprap revetments, you know, and there's no places to send more powerful waves to the neighbors. And then their grandchildren just wouldn't have a beach, you know, in front of them. And those people would have chosen that, you know. And then the people who want to do burritos and stuff like that could live in another section of the city. And then my question to you is, it seems like when I was reading, no matter what kind of revetment you do, you have to have beach access. Is that true in your codes?
For the private one?
Well, I needs to be spread. Okay, so you can just block it off. Nobody can, it's okay if nobody can get down on the beach from those homes.
Yeah. We're not really in a format where it's so large back and forth, but I think the answer I gave you is as much as I can give you in terms of access on the beach there, but I don't wanna, please don't stop.
Oh, no, that's all,
Okay.
that's the ideas. I was kind of, really wanting something, more ecological and more in line with the codes and more in line with what I thought was happening in the last application. But I think the seagulls need relief, whatever that is, and whatever you decide. And thank you for your work.
Thank you.
I think you're great.
Thanks for listening. Okay, are there other proponents, or people who are against?
Able to see me if I'm. Let me try this and see.
It's an invitation. More chambers.
How to do that part. Alright, guys. One day I'll learn this. Okay. Right slide. You can't see it, can you? You just like, can see just.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness, okay. All right. So,
If you could increase the size of your slide up on the screen, that would. We can't see that really well. Yeah.
that's the best I can do. All right, so I'm Diana Turner, PO Box 211, Cannon Beach. And I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Friends of the Dunes of Cannon Beach. We celebrated our 11th anniversary this summer. We are thankful for each of you for your service, especially on nights like this when the package is huge and the week before brought such unpleasantness. First, I'd like to join Surfrider and Oregon Shores Conservation Group in asking for a continuance. As I know you know, 2 engineering reports and the additional documents is a lot to get through, while also preparing testimony in 1 short week. But the good news is that after recently considering and unanimously denying this Stephanie Inn application and being affirmed by your city council, and then denying this very similar first application, and again, being affirmed by your city council, you are well positioned to review and once again deny this application. I'd like to make clear that Friends of the Dunes believes that oceanfront homeowners should be able to protect their real estate investments. Our codes and state codes, however, set a high bar for hard armoring. And as Judy mentioned, that's because we lose the beach when you hard armor. There's no question about that. It is a fact. So you are all in the position of weighing the public speech and an individual property owner's need for protection and finding that balance. And that's why the city code and the state code is looking for the minimum. Yes, they need some protection, but we want to protect the people's speech above an individual's need for protection. And in those times when our criteria is a little unclear, I ask that you think of the spirit of the criteria. So an example that was given by Mr. Rasmussen was that we go from vegetation to vegetation. Burrito to fall into a vegetative stabilization. That's something you've already decided. It was affirmed by your planning commission, or excuse me, the city council. It was stated in the findings. They did not choose to take that to LUBA for a legal look because it's reasonable and it is accepted. I asked Haley Bond, who wrote the guidebook on erosion control, why she says vegetative stabilization. Why not just burritos? And she said, because we are innovating. If you are doing a true job of evaluating a site, you're doing wind wave studies, you're doing modeling, you're starting with minimal, which they have done, minimal, believe me. And then you move up from there. And so there wasn't one thing or one name that she could put on this. And so it is a main category. And that's okay. I'd also mentioned that at the Acola Creek Estuary, they too are doing what in our code would fall under some sort of, nature-based soft solution. And there's not a name for it. We're a log jam with some plantings, with some latching, there's not a name for it because that's what true coastal engineering professionals who have experience in that do. They go to a site, they learn it, they study it, they design for it. And they're not gonna point to other revetments and say, oh, that didn't work there because those air conditions are different, and so it can't work here. That's too simplistic. That is not bringing your engineering mind to a task. Okay, so in this application, the criteria has not been met, still has not been met. At the city council meeting, Cameron, lawful active work has suggested the Seagulls work with the community to reach an erosion control design that follows the code and the community's need to preserve the beach for all of us. Mayor Knopf seconded the suggestion. Mr. Rasmussen, however, said he would just bring the application back. Mrs. Siegel did reach out to Cameron, and she did give Mr. Rasmussen the name of 3 coastal engineering firms with deep knowledge of building oceanfront, nature-based revetments. Instead, as you have before you, they found an old school coastal engineer with no experience in nature-based solutions and a lot of experience in putting down riprap, and an arborist who works on banks, river banks, which of course is nothing like a high action wave environment that Mr. Rasmussen and Mr. Reed has spoken about at length. So this team's new report presents a lot of signs of the same scientific information. But in this report, they're leaning heavily onto the untrue assertion that this is an exceptionally low lot and is experiencing exceptional flooding that puts their short-term rental in immediate jeopardy. A lot of their justifications are based on multiple unlikely scenarios all happening at the same time, leading to extraordinary damage to their real estate investment. So let's talk about flooding. A lot of their discussion revolves around flooding and overtopping. A couple of things. Riprap does not solve flooding. It is an erosion controlled measure. It will also not stop overtopping or tsunami hazards. Mr. Reese affirmed this both at your previous meetings and at the city council appeal hearing. I took a seminar on alternatives to bulkheads put on by Washington State for their agency people and for planners continuing hours. The first thing we covered is that hard structures do not solve flooding. And flooding is never an acceptable justification for hard armoring. They also explained that flooding cannot be solved on a single lot basis. That's why river levees run for miles. Their engineers suggest a French drain buried in the riprap. Riprap cannot be improved in order to house a draining system. And if a French drain is installed, that will bring extra concentrated water onto the public's beach, causing additional erosion on that beach. Riprap, once again, is just for erosion control. That's it. They also spot the danger of the hazard zone rating. All or almost all of the oceanfront have that rating. It's not an automatic go for hard armoring. Liquefaction, same thing. Most, if not all, have it. Low lying. The Seagulls knew that they built their house on a low lot. Mike Morgan at the city council appeal hearing stated that the house is built raised to allow water to travel under it in the extent of extreme water inundation. Raising a house is considered the highest degree of water protection that is available. That's what you do when you've tried everything else, a seawall, a bulkhead. Okay, coastal flooding, let's see, I lost my place. Okay, let's also remember that this low-lying lot has been experiencing the average rate of erosion as the rest of the county for the last decade, with only the most minimal measures of having some vegetation. We have no idea when they did this. You've been given no information on that. So some vegetation. Now we heard tonight that it disappeared after 1 year. Where is any documentation on any of this? Then that would mean that for 14 years, they left their slope with just sand. So one can assume that the erosion was not very severe if they were comfortable leaving it for 14 years with nothing on it. This again shows that the erosion at this site has not been severe. Okay. Then you heard about the cobble that was put down on the beach, and you guys approved that in 2022. And at that time, Mike Morgan was their representative. And he said, we're gonna put down a minimum amount of cobble on the toe of the slope to give it a little bit of protection. And it did. It gave it a little bit of a protection. And there are people on the coast who every year put down some cobble because that's all they need and it works. So what if the next year you have to buy some more and gather it up and put it back? We all have maintenance on our property. We all have yearly maintenance, weekly maintenance. This does not prove that the measure did not work. And they say that in their report. He says that the erosion rate was only the average, but that was because there were other systems in place. Well, that means the systems worked. The systems were the, 1 year of plantings and then some cobble. Only 50 cubic yards. Didn't even require an OPRD permit as a structure because it's not a structure. It's not considered an erosion controlled structure. They only got a dry off permit. They also have made these claims again, and as they did at the city council hearing with you guys, that they somehow collaborated with OPRD and OPRD designed this and suggested these things. At the city council appeal hearing, there was a letter from Tyler Blanchett, the permit coordinator. He did do a site visit. They did discuss the site and different characteristics of it. They did not tell them what they needed to put down. They said, you want to put some cobble down? Sure, here's your drive-on permit. It's as simple as that. So, could this change? Could the ocean shore become suddenly really dangerous, even more dangerous than it inherently is? Yes. But our code requires that there's a critical need today, right now. And currently there is none. It has not been demonstrated to you. So now I would like to share some slides. So as I said, the main goal of Goal 18 is to limit hard arm rain in order to protect and preserve our beaches. And as Meg Reed with the DCLD explained, the priority is to the beach above an individual property owner structure. Owning on the oceanfront is inherently physically and financially risky. I spoke to a professor who works in this area and he said he's often asked if a specific site or house would be a good bet. And he says, it's like I tell people, go stand at the edge of your bluff with all your money and throw it over the edge. And if it's worth it to you, if that experience is worth it, then it's worth it. If it's not, it's not. Because the ocean will always move west. That's what it has to do. It's a living, breathing piece of this earth, and that's what it does. And we can't engineer our way out of it. And I will also tell you that I'm always asked when I talk about doing this kind of work, people will say, oh, I'm 2 blocks off the ocean. When will I be oceanfront? Will my kids? It's understood that the ocean moves. This isn't some surprise for anyone. So Mr. Reed claimed that this process did not begin with a solution in mind. His report from the last application states otherwise. In it, he says the owner is concerned with near-term impacts to the residential structure and wishes to construct a riprap revetment. So that's a statement he made in his last report, and it's still true today. This is what he does. He knows best, and it's what his client wants. So again, I would just say an earnest consideration of less harmful erosion control measures would include studies, modeling, consultation with experts versed in soft structure erosion control solutions. Not an arborist who works on riverbanks in Washington. So project need, and this is from this report, it says based on the observed conditions, erosion potential, high wave energy and impacts of flooding on the existing structure, there is a reasonable need for the implementation of a robust shoreline protected structure at the subject property. Reasonable need is not what our criteria demands. Critical. So minor scouring at the toe that's only planted with European beach grass is not proving that there's some amazing erosion happening that requires riprap. So the vegetative burritos that are in our town are also in high wave impact areas. So the impact of flooding, is that the picture of some water pooled at the top of the beach access stairs? What is the impact? That there's water that got on Midway Street? The structure has not been impacted. Or there's been no evidence of it. So this is from their report, and it is a picture of the property line. And the area between the two lots is that public access. It's quite large. You can see that the Seagulls have a very small side setback. So to discuss the flooding, let's refer to this now. So north is the unimproved Midway Street. You can see that the Seagulls, have that minimum setback. So this was taken yesterday, and it's the stairs that run right next to their property, right next to their slope, just north of their slope. And I think really this is their problem. They've got a lot of water coming up these stairs. So maybe that's something that they can address with the city. So this is the only evidence you've been presented with water on the property. We see it pooling at the top of the stairs, and then it curves around a little bit in front of the hedge. And the hedge has overgrown into the, I don't know when this picture is taken. You notice there is no date on this. But you can see still unaffected lawn. And there is no water running horizontal to the bluff. There is no proof of overtopping or splash. There's only proof that water came up those stairs. Okay. And, I wonder, they've been in the house for 20 years. Why there are multiple pictures? If this is a truly worrying, common occurrence that has them worried about their foundational soil and their structure. Last winter, we had a storm that took a woman off of her feet, bashed her into the shore and against the seawall at Gower Street. I'm sure you saw it on the news or Facebook. Where's pictures from last winter? So this is taken from the top. This is taken yesterday from the top of the stairs looking east to the city's utility station. The hedge material has now grown into the beach access. And can you guys see this right here is a fence that runs along the property line between the city station and the property to the south. And if you draw that, and I know this is imperfect and we really need a survey, but you can see that, again, the Seagulls don't have much of a side yard. And then this is the reverse angle from the fence on the utility yard. And again, this just gives you an idea, kind of curls to the left, but pretend it goes straight and it comes here. It gives you an idea again of where the property line on Seagulls site is. So we're back to the picture of Mr. Seagulls, I assume, I don't know. standing in his yard. I don't even know if that's his yard. That could be the beach access hill. We don't really know. The photo was taken from Midway and it's the only evidence of debris coming onto the property, if it is indeed coming onto the property. Again, you will notice there is a lot of lawn. There is a walkway. There is a deck. There are 2 decks that are unaffected. No debris has reached it. We also aren't provided with a picture of debris running horizontal to the bluff. It seems as though if this were a common occurrence, we would see evidence of this happening in all areas of the property that are affected by the oceanfront. We don't. So again, I don't know that you have been, proved, it has been proven to you that there is wave overtopping and debris coming at their house. So this is a photo taken yesterday from the top of the stairs looking south. And you notice how full and tall the fronting hedge and the hooker willows are. If these, again, we have a rough winter. If they were being beaten up by overtopping, they would not look like this. They would not look this full. So this is a graphic that Professor Peter Ruggiero presented at the Shoreline Management Education presentation that we had on July 15th. And he took the information from Meredith Leong's PhD dissertation and pulled information specific to Cannon Beach. And what this represents, the S is for safety hours, the times when it will be safe to be on the beach. The C is collision. That's when you can expect, collision hours on the beach. And O is overtopping. And he's looking at 2020 to 2030, 2050 to 60, and 90 to 2100. And then you see on the far right, the graph that shows you by color, how severe the impacts will be. So if we look at O, it's white. There is no overtopping now, or I should say, if there is any, it's very minimal. And this is for all Cannon Beach. You're looking at a white line for this decade and 50 to 60 and 90 on. So again, they have not proven that there is overtopping and flooding happening in a meaningful way. And even if they had, riprap would not solve it. This is undisputed. So you saw earlier, they showed you a picture of the property looking pretty beat up in April. This picture is from November 24, 2024. And you can see that the European beach grass has rebounded since their April pictures and that it stood up to the king tides. And, common sense tells us that vegetation can flourish here if it's used in a vegetative burrito or some other structure. So this picture was taken yesterday morning of their house. You will see that the vegetation has grown much, much higher. Let me go back. So that was November, not even a year ago, and this is now. Notice that the hooker willows are only at the top of their slope. For whatever reason, they have chosen to just plant hookers at the top. It should be brought, you can see their neighbor to the south here. Over here. It should be brought to the bottom of their slope, like the neighbor to the south. And you'll notice though that they've got plants growing in front on the flat beach even. So this isn't an area that has such high wave action that vegetation will work. Vegetation works. So this is a close-up of the Seagulls property line to the north. And you see that the Seagulls European beach grass right here to the left. And then you see a transition into their neighbors' hooker willows, which are doing very well. Comes all the way down to the slope to the flat beach, and there are plants in front of it. And then this is the same neighbor to the north. This is just a longer view, giving you the full, length of their structure. And you'll see that the hardy hooker willows are providing erosion control. And what's interesting about this property, and this was discussed, I can't remember if it was with you guys or at city council, is that this, if you just draw a line down the center of the house, well, you can see it, so on the right, on the ground, you see big boulders. For whatever reason, the owner didn't know why, half of this doesn't have riprap and half does. So, but you can see that the base is almost exactly the same. The hooker willows are holding their own. So, this is.
Could you go back to that?
Sure.
And just run through that one more time?
So you can see right here, this is kind of where the rock starts.
Very big, what are we looking at?
Okay, so this is the neighbor to the south with the seagulls. And I had showed you previously, you can see where the seagulls have hooker willow on top and then European beach grass. And the European beach grass isn't holding out this flag, right? So that's this one.
Yeah, I can't really see that slide. You may see it on your screen, Robert, it doesn't read at all.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, and again, I'll present this, I'll give this to you guys in paper when, during the continuance period. So I was trying to show that you have the European beach grass on the left and you have the hookers on the right. And the hookers are doing better. And they consistently do better than European beach grass. It's the plant material that works in Cannon Beach. So this is just a long view of the neighbor's property to the north. And, you see that there are logs that are running up to it, but you also see that there's plant material everywhere here. So this idea that the wave action is so fierce that vegetation will not work is not supported. And then this is the one, so neighbor to the south, where their slope has one half hooker willows only, second half riprap. But you can tell the hooker willows are doing a good job. When you looked at the long view, there's not a huge indentation where it's just hookers. There's not huge cutout, from some sort of erosion that's happening there. You'll also notice that the riprap is coming forward because though it's presented to you as a permanent solution, permanent long-term solution, it's not. Its strongest day is day one, and then it goes down from there. So the riprap also requires maintenance. You heard Mr. Day speak to that. So this is the beleaguered burrito, and the property next to it is actually the Days. This picture was taken November 23rd, so just a few months ago. And on the left, you see that next to 3188, this structure is a riprap structure. And again, you see that these huge boulders have moved their way over. The other thing to remember is that this slope, as you can see, is not designed well. If you look at the Days property, which Mr. Reese built, the riprap revetment for, the slope is different. So, as the OPRD representative, discussed with you guys in July, what was that, 24, 23? This revetment has not received, great maintenance. And you see that in the picture in the guidebook where all the plants are dead and it had just been planted. And then at this time of year, it was, the plants were planted too late to really establish. So It was struggling. These people want riprap, they asked for it from the state multiple times, so, so one wonders if they're just trying to help along that process by having a family structure. I can't say for sure. Did you want to say something?
I'll handle.
I'm sorry, that was inappropriate.
So next
We're not
to,
gonna have a dialogue about what's appropriate or not, I don't.
so next to, their house, you will see the Dave's property. And you'll see that as we move forward as well. So this picture was taken yesterday and, maintenance has occurred. They've gone ahead and, replanted, done some replanting, added sand to the blankets. But once again, they've elected to plant the European beach grass rather than prefer willows, which is the plant material most successful in holding bluffs. It also discourages people from climbing on bluffs. And so if they were to go with the first, they would be able to remove that fence possibly because people don't want to, climb on for willows, they hurt. So, this is another angle of 3118, taken yesterday. Once again, there's no watering apparatus happening here, so fingers crossed for this guy. So the 3188 looking south now, you'll notice that their southern neighbor, who has, I believe, a 2-year-old riprap revetment, has also had to do extensive maintenance. And in fact, they've installed a wall. So you'll also notice that their property is fronted with cobble. So while throughout this report, we are told that cobble is ineffective. It was ineffective for the seagulls. It is dangerous. And yet on this revetment designed by Mr. Reith, we see a lot of cobble. So makes you wonder. Okay, so 1858 and 1860 Pacific, this is taken August 2024. So 24-year-old successful burritos. No record of repair or maintenance with the city or OPRD. It's referenced in the erosion control guidebook as a success. Now the applicant says it doesn't count because there actually wasn't a need for erosion control here.
I'm sorry, what was that address?
Who said that?
Me, Commissioner Nola.
Oh.
I'm kidding, sorry.
So, this is 1858 and 1860
What street?
Pacific. Yeah. And, if you are on Pacific, if there's like a little alley and then you see the back of the houses, so it's a little bit harder to find. He also says, well, the beach is wider here. Well, one of the reasons we should wonder if the beach is narrower and losing sand in Tullamarine north and south is because that is where the preponderance of riprap is. Riprap narrows beaches. Riprap stops bluffs from being able to provide sand to the beach, which is their job. So if you want to keep the beach the same width, you have to allow for erosion. It also brings cross-shore transport. So it takes sand and it pulls it deep into the ocean, where it has a harder time getting back on the beach. It may never return to the beach. And it's also affecting the ocean and the ecosystem that lives there. So there are real repercussions. Our criteria says that there can't be damaging repercussions. There are to hard armament. So this is at 3276 Pacific, and it's 22 years old. This picture was taken August of 24. This is the one that Mr. Reese says is not representative of a clay burrito or vegetative burrito because of the preponderance of cobble. OPRD's permit says it is. it says that it was a clay geotech burrito. The fact that 22 years later, there's not, 21 years later, there's not clay, does not mean that that was not a clay burrito. It means it was a successful clay burrito. The Hooper willows were able to establish, and then the roots extended into the rock, and they're holding slope. Again, we're told this isn't applicable because there's cobble. And cobble doesn't, so on the one hand, cobble can't be effective. But on the other hand, this is effective because it's cobble. At the beginning, I talked about, it's not that there can be no protection, there just has to be the right amount. So I can't say because I'm not an engineer, but possibly this is the right amount for the seagulls. I don't know, it's never been seriously tested or looked at. So, and this would be less than the huge rip-rap rocks that they're proposing. So again, it's finding what will provide some protection with the least amount of distractions to the public speech. So the appellant has not proven the impact of this fortified riprap structure will not negatively impact the public's ability to recreate on the beach or will not harm ocean ecosystems as required by 17.86210, section E1B. So, not proven the riprap will not impose long-term and recurring costs to the public as required by CBMC 17.8230. When the beach is drowning due to the scouring in front of the riprap revetment, and when those beach access stairs don't have sand under them and need to be rebuilt because of the scouring from a riprap revetment, there will be a cost to the community. Coastal engineer Jessica Cote at the education session said that beach nourishment costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's what we'll be left with, having to pay for sand to come onto our beach. This is something that's done regularly on the East Coast. Hasn't happened here in Oregon that I know of. It has happened in Washington. Because of this, because there will definitely be costs, this application needs to be denied. Erosion occurred while calm current mitigation was conducted, and therefore the erosion rate of an unmitigated shore at this location would have been inherently greater than the observed erosion rate. This is from this current report. So if the calm current mitigation measures in place reduced erosion rates, then they were effective, period. He's saying they worked. It wasn't as bad as it would be with nothing. So if 1 year of vegetative something, I have no idea what they did, and a little bit of cobble held back the erosion, then these are the techniques that should be more robustly used. That's what our code requires. A real engineered by an experienced practitioner of soft structure solution that is maintained and monitored.
You. Other questions?
Stop you.
More questions? Questions? Okay. Are there other opponents? Anybody online? There's one. Oh, okay.
Kaya Hazard.
Okay. Kaya, please go ahead.
Thanks. I did send over, I have a slideshow with just a few videos. I sent it to the planning email address. I figured it would be easier to share screen that way, but I can do it on my end if that's preferable.
You have to do it on your end. If you sent it after 5 o'clock, which you apparently did, it did not enter the record we close the office at 5, we close our email at 5, so you'll have to share it on your end.
Okay.
And if we may have your full name and mailing address, please, that would be great before you get started.
Yeah, my name is Kaya Hazard. My address is 80198 Highway 202 Seaside 97138.
Go ahead.
Okay. I won't be able to go slideshow mode. Hope that's okay, but we go on. So first of all, thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight and for, I'm sure, what amounts to many hours already given to this case. As I said, my name is Kaya Hazard. I'm speaking on behalf of the Surfrider Foundation, our North Coast chapter, and our members here in Cannon Beach. Surfrider has submitted joint comments with Oregon Shores Conservation Coalition, and I hope you all had a chance to review those this afternoon among the many other materials that I'm sure you had. So I won't rehash those, but I do have a few things that I think are important to highlight. So ultimately, I would like to ask the Planning Commission to once again correctly apply your city code and deny this application for riprap, or at the very least grant a continuance so that the Seagulls are provided with enough time to contact an engineer who specializes in natural designs and to meaningfully investigate alternative options. So first, I want to address the misconceptions and misrepresentations of riprap that I've heard from Mr. Rasmussen and those who have testified in support. While riprap will protect the property for a period of time, not without its maintenance, and while it may look natural to some people, I keep hearing this phrase thrown around that it looks like it belongs, but that is really missing the point. It's not about the appearance of the riprap, it's about the impact that riprap has on the beach. Riprap reflects wave energy back onto the beach, leading to greater erosion of the beach in front of the structure, and that's the issue that is being opposed here, not the appearance of the riprap itself. As far as the additional exhibits that they've included, it leaves a lot to be desired. Dan Collins may have experience in the Puget Sound, but that's a far cry from the high wave energy environment of the open coast. And alarmingly, the new retired engineer that they hired spent over 20 years at a company that proudly advertises their services on their website as, quote, typical projects include the design of revetments, breakwaters, seawalls, jetties, and groins. So this does not seem like someone with an expertise in natural solutions, nor someone willing to look outside of the typical status quo of shoreline armoring. Therefore, despite the inclusion of this new report, the application remains largely unchanged, again, without meaningful analysis of alternatives, and therefore it should again be denied. I think it's also important to point out here, as did Diana, that their next door neighbors to the south have riprap on only half of their property. The other half, which abuts the Seagull property, is planted with hooker willows, and it seems to be holding up just fine. The important point here being that this half of their property, the northern half of their property, is classified in an identical high wave energy, high flood risk area as the Seagulls, according to the maps that we see in the application that we've again seen tonight. So this seems to be proof that a similar design would work on the Seagull property as well. An engineer that specializes in this type of design will be better able to weigh in on it than someone who designs seawalls or works in estuaries. When addressing Cannon Beach Municipal Code Section 17.86.210 in Section 7 of the application regarding the requirement that long-term or recurring costs to the public are avoided, the applicant argues that this standard is purely in reference to financial costs, and that regardless, the proposed riprap, quote, will have no meaningful impact on the public's interest. However, this is simply not true. The science on shoreline armoring, as I'm sure you all know, is well documented and irrefutable, and that science shows that riprap hastens erosion of the beach. So this is where I want to show you a couple of examples of that great cost that our coastal communities and our beaches and the public at large have bore due to riprap on the Oregon coast. So let's see. Oops. Can you guys still see that? Is it too small?
Pretty tough.
Okay. So the city of Cannon Beach has taken jurisdiction over shoreline armoring permits because of the desire for greater control over what happens to our beach. Accordingly, the city has codified the prioritization of natural solutions. You've done that so your beach doesn't end up looking like Salishan, which is pictured here. This is an area that doesn't have public servants who care in the same way that Cannon Beach's public servants care for the shoreline and the health of the beach. Properties at Salishan are getting exceptions to Goal 18 from Lincoln County, and that has resulted in an entire peninsula being armored and the beach disappearing in a matter of years. So I'm not sure if everybody can read that quote. This is from one of our Surfrider members who lives near that area. He says, "Riprap has already destroyed my favorite beach walk, the beach on the spit at Salishan. I used to be able to walk it at all times of year. Now, because of massive riprap, the ocean comes all the way into the riprap, even at low tide, blocking all of us beach walkers and agate hunters. Ultimately, I am sure it would be less expensive to dismantle some of the homes and let nature take its course. I suspect Salishan is fighting a losing battle at what must be a huge expense." Next, we have a photo of a similar situation just south at Neskowin. You can see the waves. This entire stretch is armored with massive riprap, and you can see the waves are coming all the way up. This beach is essentially lost. I apologize, it's a little blurry, but this next one is at Pine Beach in Tillamook County. These photos are a before and after of a collection of properties that received a Goal 18 exception, and they ripped out all of their natural shoreline full of trees and vegetation and driftwood, which naturally accretes sand, in order to place riprap there. So they're now completely vulnerable to the ocean. Beaches are dynamic systems, and when we interrupt these natural cycles with immovable structures like riprap, it throws everything off. The solutions that will lead to more resilient communities here in Cannon Beach and elsewhere on the Oregon coast are going to need to be innovative, and they're going to need to mimic nature's dynamic design. So next is a series of photos. These were all taken one after another, headed north. This is Lincoln Beach. So you can see there's a nice wide beach here, similar to Cannon Beach. As you go just north, you see some riprap here protruding out, way out onto the public's beach. Just north of that, you can see some riprap. It looks like this entire stretch is riprapped. And as you can see, you get to a point where you can't walk on the beach anymore. This is not even a very high tide when these photos were taken. But as you can see, the riprap has just eaten up the beach. And finally, in this last photo, you can see it's also fully riprapped. And there are spots where maybe you can get down to the beach, but your access along the shoreline has been completely cut off. So when I see these photos, it just makes me sad. And I'm sure that some of you have the same reaction. Our beaches are precious to us, and once they're gone, they're gone. So once again, I ask that you deny this application, and I thank you for your time and your consideration of my comments.
Thank you. Question? Okay, anyone else? That's it for, another one. Okay. Would the applicant like to respond?
I'm I'm gonna raise a procedural issue first and then move on to the substantive things. I don't have procedural item, give you chair and council, Ryan, an opportunity to ponder how you want to think about procedural change.
You should be able to do that.
For some reason, I'm not seeing it, Robert.
Let's say what,
I'm not seeing an invite to,
that's because I remembered you.
oh. Thanks. There. I'm gonna try logging out and logging back into the meeting. That's it.
I'm glad it's not just me.
Yeah. This is just for your sake.
Bill.
I don't know. Yeah, just a little bit. So first, the procedural thing, I'm gonna respectfully object, Chair, to your participation in deliberation or decision making on this matter. Don't need to respond now, because I don't think you're gonna deliberate or make any decisions tonight, but after the last set of hearings on this, several members of the community reached out and were saying that you have some sort of real close relationship with Diana Turner and maybe also Brent Nadeau. So I respectfully request that you recuse yourself. If you choose not to, I would just suggest, and we get counsel from Ryan, of course, that you fully disclose whatever the nature of that relationship might be, or those relationships might be, and why you think you would not have a bias or conflict of interest. And I heard you speak several times tonight about having a good, clean process where everybody feels like it's fair. I believe you if you want that. So I'm gonna launch that, dive into this substantive stuff, and we'll come back to that whenever you guys feel like you're ready. First off, I want to address the kind of dialogue that was referenced about Cameron LaFollette, Justin for engineering firms. Actually, what happened with Cameron Lawful suggested that, applicants or I reach out to Professor Wengrove, who is a OSU professor who specializes in coastal erosion. And get in contact with Washington-based engineering firms that do coastal, that do, non-structural erosion. I spoke with Professor Wengrove several times. Professor Wengrove gave me 3 referrals from firms in Washington State. I reached out to all of them, including Blue Coast Engineering, who I believe Diana was referencing. I reached out to Blue Coast Engineering on May 1st of this year. 2 of the firms got back to me and politely declined to get involved in this case, and one of them didn't get back to me at all. I don't remember if Blue Coast was one of the ones that politely declined or didn't get back at all. But we absolutely did do that. We're kind of getting faulted for using a washing firm in Nicoterra and Dan Hall, who does almost exclusively vegetation based erosion control. And not having one of those people down here. I researched to try to find somebody that's actually an engineer or expert that has done one of these down here, and people that have worked on the ones I was able to identify that we've talked about in this record. One guy has passed away, and the other ones I can't identify any engineer associated with them. I am not sure such a person exists. I tried those routes, and frankly, that's just doing it out of good faith. You know, like we didn't have to do that. But I was trying to be responsive to what the community was saying. The mayor actually suggested that. I sure didn't want to ignore the mayor's suggestion. So we turned over those rocks, and they were, you know, not the perfect solution found, but pretty dang good ones. I also want to say there's a lot of people that don't like riprap. I don't know. I'd rather have a pristine beach as well. Right? I've heard me say as much, but it's necessary in some circumstances, and the code allows it. It has it as a third option, is vegetated riprap. And we can't just pretend like that's not an option in the code. It's there because it's necessary in some limited circumstances. This is one of those circumstances. Next, I want to just try to quickly run through the examples of these successful clay burritos elsewhere in Cannon Beach. And Adam, you want to try to spend like, people are tired, maybe just like 30 seconds per minute on each of these. I'll put them up, you tell them.
Yeah, so I mean, the one on the left, that, you know, honestly, I'm not gonna be reciprocally insulting as others have been here. But in terms of trick photo angles, you know, trying to, you know, deliberately disingenuously show angles. If you walk right up to the vegetation at the very top of the slope there on the left, and you took a photo of it, it would look like just vegetation. But if you're looking at that, you see it's not just cobble, it's big angular rock. That's not natural, right? I mean, there's riprap within that material, in addition to cobble, that is all rock.
And also, I just point out the elevation here, the bottom of this rock, where the vegetation starts, might be about the same elevation as the steeple's tiny little bluff. There's no vegetation growing down here, it's angular rock. Here's 1856 and 1860. I mean, the thing I know immediately about this is that the slope is set back, it's not angled up, and again, the bottom is angular rock.
Again, it's, you know, identified as being successful. You know, and again, the point of my point of why that one may have been successful, again, 20 and 25 years ago when these things are installed, everybody's thinking the conditions are not different now in terms of sea level rise, storm surge, and all of that kind of stuff. So what you plant 25 years ago or 20 years ago that you get to grow on a slope like that you can't now is pretty substantial. And it's sheltered by most photogenic sea stack in the Oregon coast.
And this is the last one. I mean, we actually talked about this already in our original application. I don't know if you need to revisit it, but
It's failing, need to be reconstructed. That planning, the reason we're talking about why there are not willows on the lower part of the Siegel slope of this slope, it's the ocean erosion would not allow plants to grow there. It's so straightforward.
Like, no need to get into it. On the documentation of vegetation disappearing in 1 year, there's a request that I would find documentation that vegetation disappeared. This photo on the left is a photo from April 2023. Recall that in 2022, cobble and sand and vegetative plantings, including willows, were put there. What you can see in this picture is that all the cobble is washing away. If you smush your face over the close to this, you can see little shoots of plants sticking up. That is the willows that were just down too low to survive, where the fruit was coming in. So there's the evidence of that, and I just say there was a lot of hot shots taken at the engineers that have worked on this project, and the arborists and the certified ecologic restoration expert. They're all excellent professionals. I work with professionals every day in my life, and I take this group over many a group. Sometimes they push back, you know, and I respect that in them. And I personally appreciate the work they've done on this project to get it to this point. And they're right. The experts are right. And it's not even just the experts, but it's the, you know, the state of Oregon. This is exactly what I can't do vegetative stabilization. The state of Oregon says vegetation. Vegetative stabilization is only suited to areas with mild to moderate erosion. Every expert that's looked at this has said without a doubt, and the state's maps say this is high erosion area. I respectfully submit we've met our burden on this. And with the one thing I also know, and I hope you know, is nobody's proposed an alternative and somebody actually makes it. Nobody said, oh, I'm willing to work here. Nobody said, no, actually, here's an argument on why vegetative structure will work here despite the state saying it won't work. So it's easy to take pot shots at it and say something else might work. But without an actual alternative, there's nothing there in my personal opinion, my professional opinion too. And lastly, I'm just going to touch briefly on Kai's point about riprap potentially cutting off beach access in some situations. This proposal is not to bring riprap anywhere past the neighbor to the south, neighbor to the south. I think actually on this property, with how far east the revetment extends out, our proposal is to actually keep it on the Siegel property, and the toe of it will actually be buried beneath sand under any expected conditions. So there will not be any like loss of north-south beach access, even when the waves are running up to the bluff. I would also say whether revetment's there or not, waves running up to the bluff, we can help. The existing conditions here have revetment immediately abutting the property to the south, running out further onto the beach than we're going to go. So access at this particular location is not an issue. Adam, is there any other points you wanted to make before we answer the questions?
No, I mean, I believe that you all have been through this enough times and heard, and, you know, and understand the expertise. You know, both of the opponents who spoke at length said a tremendous amount of things that, you know, were not factual, were conjecture, were disingenuous in the way that they presented them, were stated as fact, were stated as science, you know, to make statements like the science is well documented and they are irrefutable. What is that? Where does that mean? Is it, you know, I mean, is that in there? So that's, so, you know, I would say the same kind of thing. If there was an expert that would back up their points, they probably would have hired them and had them here supporting us with all the organization, with all the people that are opposing one local resident. You know, if there were experts that would be stepping, they would have had them in one of these hearings. So I'll leave it there.
That's all I got for rebuttal. Glad to answer any questions if you have to have any at late hour.
Question? I have a couple of questions, but I'll let others do them. I was curious, talking about the angular rock at the base of some of the structures that maybe have plate burritos underneath. Would that look here? So, when I look at these photos and I've gone to the site, vegetation looks really healthy at the top of the bluff. Is there some way to do a hybrid approach where you use smaller armored rock if cobble doesn't work at the toe to protect the toe, but not need to go to the extent of an entire armored structure?
Well, as soon as you use an angular rock, for instance, which from a geochemical standpoint, make a slope, and that's why, for instance, cobble burn has to be a low, long.
Yeah, 'cause you
slope,
can't stack
know.
it, yeah.
So if you're building a more vertical slope, something that would fit on the property, and again, maybe you could construct it in the same way that you were doing this with larger, angular rock. Again, the purpose is for it to stay there and not move. You could probably, use it, again, non-native material or have the same level of permanent from OPRD. It becomes structural.
I think in short, you can on some sites, like this site, for example, I'd say that's probably what they did.
Right, that's what I'm curious about.
You just need enough elevation, to be able to get the toe is the most vulnerable spot, down at the bottom. And then as you move up from there, it just depends on how far your waves are getting.
But the smaller rock will be displaced,
Right, I'm just curious if there's a way to bring together everyone's concerns and still, because it sounds like really the issue here is the toe. There's a lot of horizontal distance from the top of the bluff to the proper, to the helmet side. If there was any way to protect that toe area without needing to go the distance of an entire structure.
I think if we had more elevation, we could, and on some sites, actually, there's one side I have in mind, save wording that talking with Adam about already, where I want for that. We're working on a quasi cobble burn in Coos County right now, so we can officially say we're doing non-structural stuff out in the VA. But that is something that some literature talks about, it's like a hybrid type structure. But you just need enough room at the bottom. This particular site is as short a bluff as you have anywhere in town that I'm aware of. And some sites you could, I don't think you can.
So expanding on what Lincoln said, is would, you're proposing 14 feet elevation and 21 feet of horizontal surface. Would 7 feet of elevation changing to of the riprap, would that be enough to resist the immediate erosion at the base?
Keep in mind, when we're looking at this, we're looking at the top about 7 feet. Like that's about 7 feet.
Right, like it's 7 feet, you're building it on top of the sand, and so it would, get undermined and.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have to go down and go up.
Yeah, so the way that you can, address the college, when you're asking, when we're talking about 21 feet, talking about 14 feet, what? 2/3 of that is actually under the sand to support the structure keying into the fence layer, that's 8 feet down or whatever it is.
So your total elevation from what we see at the beach today to the top of the hill is probably what?
You look at
Something like
something,
14 feet.
it's less than that. Look at the picture I saw. I was gonna say on the way
On the beach.
From the existing, from where we're standing at the base of the.
like, look at this picture.
Yeah, I
Look
understand.
at this picture, Adam.
So it's like 7 feet? So-
Yeah, this dog's tail is maybe half my body length. So it's maybe 3 of those dogs.
And again, the road's another 3 feet back and then down, 6 feet down because it's sloping down behind it, so it quickly becomes even more significant of a problem.
I'm just trying to get a relationship, because I was out there a couple days ago. I understand that we need to go down, but we gotta have to keep.
I very much wanna come into Cannon Beach with that application. I'm gonna find some landowner for that work. It's just not this
So
site.
you're saying that this particular site, that problem is not an option, there's some sort of hybrid where we go a certain height above existing grade and then.
We don't just on top of the sand.
No, to dig down first.
We'll have a base key, but how, do we go the entire height from the existing grade to the top of the
It's like,
bank?
he's thinking like bring, like go down, first you have to dig down.
Yeah, we have to dig out to get
Place
it.
rock up some elevation and then put, you know, sand or cobble or something.
Go to switch to it.
Which, given how low our elevation is here. You already got waves coming over the top of this thing.
But your total structure is not gonna be taller than the block is now, so for the overtopping piece. It's coming over the top, it's coming over the top.
Right,
I
like
think-
a copy, you put cobble, stand up there, it's not.
And you're substantially just trying to maintain the limited buffer that they have now.
That's sort of site specific.
Yes.
Anywhere else along the beach, there may be a different condition, obviously.
Absolutely, I mean, that's very much the point of all of this, that it's sites that are grants, our investigation are now.
If the Seagulls own one of these sites, we would come in with that application. Which is roughly, I think, what these guys kind of did in reverse on accident engineering is have angular rock, riprap type stuff at the bottom, and then some sort of juvie vegetation stuff on top, and you can see, you know, you still end up with exposed rocks at the bottom, but you get some willow vegetation at top. The reason it doesn't work on our site, or on the Seagull site, is that, you can see the vegetation here, like on this side, there's already roughly an elevation that is the top of the Seagulls tiny little block. So it's like, if we say we only put up here and then try to put our vegetation and dew protected stuff up at the very top, it's not capable, because the erosive high energy effect is too intense.
And what we see today, summertime, not a lot of wave action left. You know, only see maybe the base of the river. But
Yeah.
that's gonna exponentially increase when we start getting early in winter weather
Yeah,
and our Cape Cod.
I mean, you could summarize.
And you're looking at grass that is grown on the sand over the course of the summer and is saying that means grass will grow. You know.
But it's not gonna be very wet.
Right, I mean.
Somebody could go, somebody could go out and take their best picture possible around this time of year during the summer. And hypothetically, somebody could go and take their worst possible picture at the, you know, end of the king tide season. And I would say, you know, protect somebody's home needs to survive the round.
Thank you.
You know, one of the things that, we talked about last time, and I'll bring up again, just to make sure you have an opportunity to address it before we close the record, is this idea that, and I forgot to address this, there's no chance I'll remember this hour, but one of the, stopped, one of the readers presented in the Oregon Guidebook is represented as a solution in a highway of energy. So here you have the Oregon Guidebook saying, this is a solution, it's lasted 20 whatever years. And now you're coming in and saying, oh, no, they're wrong, that for these reasons. So we have.
Yeah, if you look at that, I will just speak of that specific example and that specific photo and that specific reference in the guidebook. That photo was taken, as it points out in the DLCD guidebook, right after it was constructed. And so, I don't understand, you know, it's not something that was taken right after it was constructed and referenced in a book as an example of vegetative structure the next year and then subsequently failed.
What is failure? Question, I've heard many times that something won't work, dumping sand over the edge. Doesn't work well.
Right, I guess
Is that technically true?
I guess you would say,
One way.
if you spend $70,000, which is approximately what I understand, you know, in my, not a contractor, but what I understand that structure to cost, maybe 70% of what a riprap structure. And he built something like that. And then had to come back the next year and reconstruct it. Some of the materials there, but you probably have to start from the bottom, which is how you construct that from a geotechnical standpoint. So $50,000 the next year. Then it happens again, because you can't get plants to grow on it because, you know, erosion's happening. And you're hoping you might get that 5-year period where the king tides aren't as bad and maybe some willows take them. But you reconstruct it again, you reconstruct it again. That's family. So, so you could blow plastic on top of it and that would work.
That's financial measure.
Is that?
That's financial measure failure.
That particular site is not a high energy site. It's in Cannon Beach, but DLCD does not say that it's a high energy site.
The guys are there.
No, it doesn't. Well, actually, can you tell me which page or project you're talking about?
We can talk about it in more detail later. We have a continuation, but I can tell you that that's what I remember hearing. And it's one of the challenges that I have. I'll come back with the page when I talk about it again, but it is on my mind. The page lists that as a high energy site.
So what I just said didn't answer your question, like if, you know, an engineered structure, which is what it is, there's plastic within that, it crosses the line of what should be a non-structural solution, and it still fails. And then somebody has to come back and reconstruct it. And then come back and do that again because it's not working.
Well, here's the thing, all of these fail. Will has been enforced with brickbat has failed. So they're all gonna fail. Question is, how do we balance this financial consideration, which isn't part of our protocol, but it's a personal consideration for us. I don't want students to be out a bunch of money chasing a solution here. At the same time, we're being told that the beach is being eroded by riprap. So now it's a financial consideration at the expense of the public. And we have to think about it. So we personally would think about it from a level of compassion for the people. But where's the compassion for the public?
What's the cost to the public?
The cost is the loss of one of the most beautiful, potentially the loss of one of the most beautiful beaches in the world. The reason we're all here and live on the beach to begin with.
That's a big statement.
Is it?
I don't know about, you know.
Of course you will. Well, this is a conversation. I want to have this conversation, so we have it now.
Okay, thank you. I would just say,
We tried our best to answer your questions and, I'll certainly plow back through that DLCD guidebook and try to find what site you're talking about. I can tell you page 35 says this stuff is appropriate in a high energy site, and I've never seen a high energy site where it worked. Neither have re-engineers and certified ecologic restoration.
Again, the reference to where it worked. I mean, we have a site that's listed as high energy in Cannon Beach. That's lasted 20 years. Worked.
I respectfully do not think that's a high energy site, but I will find it and be ready to talk about it, so we come back next month.
Okay. Well,
Excuse me. Hi, thank you for letting me interrupt. I wanted to clarify whether the applicant is asking for a continuance. There isn't time necessarily in the 120-day clock unless the applicant is agreeing to a continuance to next month. Or are you asking for an open record period, or have you not asked for anything yet?
We haven't discussed, there has been a request to continue
Several other organizations request a continuances, and I, just from my past experience with the planning commission, assume that's what they would like me to do, but I have not made any specific requests regarding 777 or an active hearing date or anything like that.
And so do I understand that the applicant would agree to an extension, or are you not agreeing to an extension?
You mean an extension of the 120-day clock?
A continuance. If you agree to to continue the hearing, if you agree to that, then we do get to extend the 120-day clock. If not, I would suggest a 777 open record period. And this would be the conclusion of public testimony.
Well, I'm sure I can find that reference and fit it out in written testimony. And I frankly think both this commission and the public have heard enough to know what direction they want to go on this. So I think the 777 is probably best for everybody to keep this thing moving forward and not anymore.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you for asking.
Yes, and I do want to address the matter that Mr. Rasmussen raised. If you are, Mr. Rasmussen, is this the conclusion of your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so, commissioners, we have a challenge from the applicant's counsel and the applicant as to the impartiality of one of the commissioners. And I do think that it's important to get that on the record. So with the chairperson's indulgence, I'd like to just ask you a couple of questions, maybe more than a couple, but I would like to start and just ask you, whether you think there's anything that prevents you from assessing the facts of the application that are under review, and whether you have the ability to set aside any personal views and evaluate the application based on the facts.
I think that question is more just, I thought, I might have misheard you say counselors. I think the question should be just direct, so solely to me, the counselors don't have enough.
Correct, just to the chairperson, correct.
I have no question about my ability to be impartial on this issue based on my background, relationship with proponent. Or I wouldn't be sitting here or have accused myself of it. I have been very careful to make sure that I did not jeopardize.
And so you understand your responsibility in this quasi-judicial setting, that you need to remain unbiased and set aside your personal views?
Yes.
Okay. And that you've been appointed to sit impartially and make a decision based on the facts?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, with that in mind, it is something that was brought up after this objection was brought up after we had a question about impartiality. I would, as a part of our record being requested to be open, and it is the first hearing. And my understanding is that we have to grant that extension based on it being the first request. We may revisit this as a board, as a group, the next time we sit down. And if after talking with the group, they feel differently about that, I'd be willing to repeat myself. Well, I feel confident, I want to make sure that no decision is jeopardized by my opinion.
That, appreciate that. So I believe what we're doing, and I'd like Director Sokolowski to jump in here if needed, is the record is going to be open for any evidence, arguments, or testimony for 7 days from tonight. After that, there will be another 7-day responsive only open record period, and that is only for responding to evidence that is submitted during the first 7-day period. And at the conclusion of the second open record period, the applicant is entitled to a 7-day period for final argument. Then we'll reconvene. Sure.
Can you walk us through why you feel it's imperative that we run that specific process on this record?
It is a timing issue, and I think Director Sokolowski has a bit better handle on the timing in order to build in a potential appeal to the City Council.
I don't have a calendar exactly in front of me, knowing exact dates. I know that when we ran into this situation the last time, the concern was the council, including plan commission decision, findings, scope of review, setting up a next appeal hearing before the council, if it was to get appealed. We'd be like right on the edge as far as 120 days. So I believe even the last time, I can't quite remember, but I thought we did the 777 in order to keep it going and still have a meeting at next month, which would give us the time, should it get appealed, to incorporate all the time necessary to meet the 120 days if it was appealed to council. So from my perspective, I definitely think it's the right thing to do. It gives everyone the opportunity to add additional testimony, and it keeps us on track should we face an appeal that needs to go to council.
Okay. I kind of support the 777 thing.
I'll second that, if that was a motion.
Sure.
Okay, seconded. That's what we call the rules.
Can I get one more real quick?
Sure.
Melissa, do we need to also continue this hearing and indicate that this is being continued until September 25th?
Yes,
You could include that in our motion for the 777 and continue it to our next meeting on September 25th.
which will be for deliberations only. There won't be public testimony.
So I move that, we continue this hearing to the 25th of September and that, we limit testimony to the 777 mechanism that has been laid out.
I second that.
Further discussion? That's what we call the rules.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Tuesday,
Yeah, yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Wade,
Yes.
Commissioner Earl,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes. This application was being continued until our next planning commission. Consider. Moving on. We'll get down to the tree report.
Yes, no trees removed, and one hazard from dead and planned for construction. It was a total replant of trees.
No. Good of the order. Nothing. Okay, we'll adjourn. Thank you.